What if you could build a full stack hotel booking system from scratch? A simple, sleek, and functional website that lets user book room with ease, no hassle, no confusion, just clean design and real functionality. Welcome to Deluxe Hotels, a complete full stack hotel booking system built with React, Tailwind CSS, Express, MongoDB, and Node.js. In this all-in-one tutorial, we'll build a sleek front end where users can explore and book room, a powerful backend that would handle bookings and data, a professional admin panel that would manage it all. Buckle up, let's do this together. So this is what the front end looks like. This is what the user is going to see when they visit this website. This is the navigation bar, the logo, the nav links, and then we have the hero section right here. This captivating hero section. We have the text at the center, we have the image. Next is the rooms available. So we have 4 rooms in total. This is the header, book your stay and relax in luxury. Then we have the first room with the image, the name of the room, the price, and the amenities available in this room. And then this is the second room in the room card. We have the image, the name of the room, the price, and the amenities as well. This is the 4th room, the image, the name of the room, and this is the 3rd room right here. Okay, so we have just 4 rooms available for this hotel. And then next is the facilities and services. We have the first service, pick and drop. We have parking space, welcome drinks, swimming pool, full board, hot and cold water. So those are the services. Next is the footer section, which looks very great. All right, so this is basically what we're going to be building in the front end. If you click on the image, it's going to lead you to the details page. Okay, in the details page, we have the left and right section. On the left section, we have the details of the hotel, and on the right section, we have the form. Okay, so in the details, we have the name of the room, the price, the image, the amenities, and description. And on the right, we have the form that the user is going to fill with their name, email, phone number, check-in date, check-out date, number of guests, and this button right here to book their stay in the room. And this is what the admin panel looks like. So this is the add page. This is a sidebar basically. This is the pages. This is the add page. We have the lists room page. We have the reservation page as well. Okay, so the first room here, this is it, and then we have reservation. Currently there are no reservations, and then we have the logout button. So I'm going to try and make a reservation with this room, with this name, email, the phone number. I'll select a date to check in, and I'm going to select a date to check out, and then I'll select number of guests. Then I'll click on book now. You can see we have a notification right here. If we check the reservation, you're going to see this reservation right here. Okay, so this is the reservation basically that we have made. All right, so and in the reservation you can see the name, email, phone number, guest, check-in date, check-out date, and this button to delete reservation basically. Okay, so this is what the reservation look like. And then we have the add page, we have the list pages. Okay, so I just made a reservation with the presidential suite. Okay, then we have this delete function. So I'm going to delete this room now. You can see product removed, and then I'm going to try and add the room in the add page. So you click on this to select the room. I'm going to select this. Then you're going to preview it before uploading. You can see that we can preview the image. Then I'm going to type the name of the room. Okay, executive suite. Then I'm going to have the description for the room, and then I'm going to set the price as well. Then I'll click on this button, and we're going to get a notification that this room has been added successfully. So now we should get this notification right here. You can see now, right now we have just 3 rooms because I'm here to reload, right? Because I deleted 1 room in the admin panel. Now if we reload, you're going to get the rooms, the new room that I just added you're going to get it right here. Okay, the image is here to change. I don't know why. Okay, it's network issue. Now you can see this. This is the image right here. So you are able to add, you're able to delete, you're able to make reservations. So we're going to be building all of these using React, Node.js, Express.js, Tailwind CSS. Okay, you'll be able to view rooms, view their details. The user will be able to make reservations, and this is what this project is basically about. It's
So you're going
very
to start by
simple
opening your code
tutorial.
editor, then you navigate to file, click on open folder, then we're going to navigate to our desktop. I have a folder where I create all my projects, so I'm going to click on YouTube project, and in here I'm going to create a folder. So I'm just going to come over here, and then we're going to click on new folder. We're going to create a new folder, and we're going to name it MERN Stack Hotel Reservation. Press enter. Then we're going to select the folder and open it in VS Code. In this folder, we're going to create 3 folders. So I'm going to create the first folder for Frontend, and we're going to start our project with our Frontend first. On the Frontend folder, we're going to right click on Integrated Terminal, open an Integrated Terminal. I'm going to be using Git Bash for my terminal. And right here, we're going to create our React app. npm create vit at latest space full stop. Then you press enter. Then you'll be prompted to select the framework. We're using React, select React, then select the variant JavaScript. And then we're going to install React dependencies, npm install, press enter as well. So now that we've successfully installed React packages, let's see what we have. You can see we have our node modules, public folder, source, git ignore, every other thing is right here. So now let's start our server, npm run dev, press enter. Now we hover on this link, then click on follow link. And now you can see the default React app. The counter is working, everything is working perfectly well. Now we need to do some cleanups. Then we're going to install Tailwind because we're going to be starting with Tailwind. Also, we need to install React Router DOM to help us navigate between pages, and we need to install React icons as well. Let's start with cleanup. So right here where we have our app.css, I'm going to delete that. Then our app.jsx, I'm going to collapse the cpits, Control A, delete everything. I'm going to type in this keyword refc to create React snippets. Press enter. To use this, you need to have this extension installed, EX7 React Redux React Native extension. So you just come over here to search the extension, search EX7 plus React Redux / React Native extension. Once you have this extension, you can use several shortcuts to create snippets with React Native. Okay, then our index.css as well. I'm going to delete everything that we have. Now that we have everything, the only thing we should see here is app, right? If that's what you're seeing, then let's continue with our tutorial. The next thing we need to do now is to install Tailwind. So I'm going to type in tailwindcss.com, type that in a new tab. Also type React icons, and in a new tab as well, type React router DOM. Okay, for the React icon, ensure that you're on npmjs.com/package/React icon. For React router DOM as well, npmjs.com/package/React router DOM. Then Tailwind CSS official website. Okay, reload. Okay, so if you're on the official website right here, just click on docs on the documentation. So once you're on this part of the website, you're going to see the installation. We're using Vite, so we're just going to follow these steps here. On the terminal, we're going to paste this. We'll copy this line of code. We already have this already. npm create vite at latest my project. We've changed directory to the project. So now we're going to copy this line of code to install Tailwind CSS. So highlight it and copy this. Then you head over to your terminal. We're going to stop the terminal from running, Ctrl C. Then we're going to paste what we just copied now. Press enter. While that is installing, the next step is to visit the vite.config.ts. In our own case, it's going to be JS because we're using JavaScript, not TypeScript. Okay, and we're going to copy this line of code here. And right here, we'll navigate here, vite.config.js. Paste the line of code after this. Then continue. we'll copy this line of code as well, where we have plugin, which is right here after React. Type in comma, press enter, then paste what you just copied now. Next is the CSS, which is our index.css. We're going to copy this line of code, Ctrl C. So right here, index.css, we're going to paste this as well. And the next step is to start our terminal. And also we can start styling. So while this is still installing, the Tailwind.css is still installing, we're going to head over to app. So I'm going to change this. I'll use an h1 tag. h1, and I'm going to type in subscribe to my channel. Then I'm going to try and style. Class name, text, to Excel. I'm going to set the color. You can see that it's already showing us Tailwind CSS. So here I'm going to choose this color code right here. Okay, so to see this, we need to start our server. But before that, we need to install other things. So I'm going to close the Tailwind. Then we're going to install React icon. I'm going to copy the installation code that we have here. Click on copy, and then we'll paste it in our terminal. Install React icon. Then for React router DOM as well, we'll do the same thing. We're going to copy the installation code as well. And on the terminal, after installing React icon, let's see, React icon has been installed. We're going to paste this right here. Okay, so now React router DOM has also been installed. If you check package log.json, let me reduce this well. You will see here that we have Tailwind CSS, React router DOM, and React icons. And now we're going to close this, and close this as well. Now we can start creating our components, pages, and context. So right here in the source folder, right click, create a new folder for pages. We'll create another folder in source folder for components. We're going to create another folder for contexts. So in the component folder, we're going to create about 5 files. Our Navbar.jsx, RAFC to create React snippets. In the component folder as well, we're going to create the hero file, hero.jsx, RAFC, React snippet. We're going to create the footer.jsx, RAFC. Also, we're going to create the hotel list file .jsx, RAFC as well. Then we're going to have the facility file, facility.jsx, RAFC. Okay, so we've created all the files that we need in our components folder. Next is the pages folder. In the pages folder, we're going to have the home page.jsx, RAFC, press enter as well. In the pages folder, we're going to have the hotel details.jsx as well, RAFC. Okay. We're going to leave the context folder for now. The next thing we need to do is to get all the images that we're going to use for the front end before we start fetching images and details from the backend after we've secured the connection. For now, we're still working on the front end, so we need to get all the images. So I'm going to copy everything that we have right here. I'm just going to copy everything and I'm going to paste them in the asset folder. I'm going to drop the link for you to have access to the images in the description box. So do well to check the description box. Also, if you want to get the source code for a small fee, it's also in the description box. If you've watched to this part and you've not subscribed, please do well to subscribe to my channel. I have several amazing tutorials that I'm working on and I'm going to be putting out for free in this channel. Okay, so we have all the images right here. We have our hero image, we have the rooms images, and then we have this asset folder. Because we're starting with the front end, we need our asset folder. I've imported all the images right here. The link to this as well will be in the description box. All the images will be added to it as well. Okay. Now in our asset folder, we have our hotel details basically. Okay, what we want to display to the user. And we have an array of objects that is holding all of the properties. Okay, so we name this room data. Right here, this is the object for the first hotel room. So right here, this is the very first one, right? we have the ID to be one, we have the name of the room, we have the description, we have the price, and we have the image. Okay, so all of these has key and values. This is the key ID is one, the name, special executive room, the description, the price, and the image. So this is the second hotel room right here. We have the ID, the name, we have the description, the price, and the image. The third one as well, we have the ID, name, description, price. The fourth one, and all of that. So this is just an array of objects containing all of the 44 rooms that are available in this hotel. Okay, so now let's get to work. Right here in our app.jsx, I'm going to delete what we have here before. And now we're going to mount our navbar. So right here, I'm going to have navbar. And then I'm going to close this. I need to import the navbar as well. Import navbar from component slash navbar. Then after the navbar, we're going to use the route to so that we can use our route without an S to set up our navigation. So right here, I'm going to have route. In between the routes, we are going to use the route without an S. We'll set the path here / and then we're going to mount our own page here from pages, and we're going to close the route part. So first off, we need to import it. We need to import routes and routes from React router DOM. Okay, so the part that we have here is leading to the home page. Now we need to set up the route for our hotel details as well. Route, we'll set the paths, and this is going to have a dynamic path because different rooms, different details. So we're going to have room / then colon ID. So we're accessing each room details by the ID. And then elements, we're going to render the hotel details page. So hotel details. And we're going to close this and close this as well, as we have it here in the pages, hotel details. Okay, so now that we have set up our route for home page for hotel details, we need to import the home page as well. So we're going to import home page from dot / and pages / home page. Then for hotel details as well, hotel details from dot / pages / hotel details. Then after our route, after setting up the route, we're going to mount our footer here. And we also need to import the footer as well. So I'm going to import footer from dot / component / footer. Okay, so we have our navigation bar mounted here in app.jsx. The navigation bar will be on top of all the pages that we're going to have, be it the home page, be it the hotel details page. Then we have set up our route so that we can navigate between pages. We can navigate to the home page, and also we can navigate to hotel details page based on the ID of the room. Then after setting up the routes, we have our footer here that will be at the bottom of all the pages that we're going to have in this project. Next thing is in our main.jsx, we need to wrap our entire application with our browser router so that we can navigate in the application. So I'm going to delete this strict mode that we have here. Then I'm going to turn this to a comment, control / and right here we're going to have browser router from React router DOM. And I'm going to cut this up, Ctrl X, and paste it in between the browser router so that the browser router can wrap around the entire application so that we can navigate between pages. Now, if we type in npm run dev and we start our server, oh, there's a typo error, npm run dev. Okay, so now let's check what we have. Let me close all of this. Okay, we should see the navigation bar, the home page, and then the footer. The navigation bar will be on top of all pages, the footer will be at the bottom of all pages, then we have our home page. Now that we have that working, let's create the content for our navigation bar. Let me close this and close this. So in the navigation bar, we're going to delete this nav bar that we have here. Then I'll use the nav tag. In the nav tag, we're going to have two div tags. The first div tag will be for the logo. We'll have an h2 tag right here. And then it's going to take this text. Then I'll use the span tag to wrap the next text. Then this is the second div tag that we have here. Okay, in this second div tag, we're going to have our list. So I'm going to use UL tag. Then we're going to have three list items. The first list item is going to take bookings. The second list item will take rooms. And the last one will take contacts. Okay, so we should see this in our navbar. You can see the logo, bookings, rooms, contacts. Now, another thing we need to ensure is that once the user clicks on the text, which is replacing the logo, it should lead them to the home page. So right here, I'm going to use the link tag from React Router DOM. And I'm going to cut this and paste this in between the link tag. Now, we'll set the part of the link to /, okay, which is the same thing that we've already made here, the part here to the home page. So that is what we're using here. Now we need to get link, import link from React Router DOM. Okay, so whatever page we are and the user clicks on this logo, Deluxe Hotels, it should lead them back to the home page. Now let's style. So for our nav tag, class name, display would be flex. Remember that we're styling with Tailwind. Justify between. We'll set the padding to 2 rem. Then we'll set the background color to black. And we're going to set all text to white. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Now we have an h2 tag right here in the first div tag. And here we're going to set the font to bold. Text size will be 2XL. Then on the span tag, we're going to set the text color with this color code. Next is the div tag that we have here. Okay, we'll style the UL tag. Display will be flex, justify between, and we'll have a gap of 8. Now for each of the list item, we're going to style everything at the same time. So I'm just going to Control Alt, then I'll select everything. Class name, the font, we'll set this to bold. The text size would be large. Cursor will be set to pointer. And when the user hover on it, the text color will take this color code. So right now, this is what our navigation looks like. Now that we're done with our navbar, we're going to close this. Next is the hero section. The hero section is going to be in our home page. So I'm going to navigate to home page first. Then I'm going to mount my hero section right there. So we're going to have hero. We're going to import it as well. Import hero from /component/hero. Okay, so we should see hero right here. Okay. Now let's continue with our code. I'm going to close this as well, then open our hero section. Now for the hero section, we're going to use our background image, which is this image that we have here, hero 2. So we need to import that image first. Import background. I'm going to name a background image from /asset folder / the name of the image is hero2.jpg, right? Now let's start building the hero section. Let me close this asset that we have here. And right here, we are going to start with the transparent dark overlay. So I'm going to create a div tag for that. I'll leave the div tag empty. Then I'm going to create another div tag for our centered content. Inside that div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. We'll have an h1 tag. And also we're going to have a button. The h2 tag is going to take this text. And the h1 tag is going to take this. And for the button, it's going to take this text as well. Book your stay. Okay. Now this is what we're going to have. Now let's style and also add the background image. So I'm going to close this. The first div tag that we have here, display will be relative, and also we're going to set the height to 100 VH. The width will be full. The background cover, then the background will be at the center as well. Background no repeats. Okay. Then we use the inline styling to add the background image. So we're going to have, we use background image. Then we're using the URL. So we'll start with the backtick. We'll have URL, open our brackets, then use $, open our curly braces, and then we're going to call the background image that we already imported right here. Okay. So after that, we're going to style this div tag for the transparent overlay. The display will be absolute. The insert will be set to 0. The background color will take gray 900. Then we're going to set the opacity to 30. And the Z index will take 10. Now, for the div tag that we have here, the position will be relative as well. The Z index here will be 20. The display here will be flex direction colon. And then all items at the center. Justify content center as well. The height will be full. And all text at the center. Then the text colors will be white. And also we're going to set px to 4. Then we have the h2 tag. The text size will be large. We'll have a margin bottom of 4. And also tracking widest. Then all text here will be uppercase. Then we have the h1 tag. Class name. The text size will be 4XL. And then we're going to have font, bold. And the margin bottom of this would be 6. Then for the button as well, we're going to set the background color lime 500 I mean. The text color would be black. The font bold. PY will be 3. PX will be 6. And then rounded LG for the border radius that will be around it. And when the user hover on the button, the background color should be a bit deeper, so 600. And we're going to add transition. Okay, this is supposed to be relative. Okay. So this is what the hero section looks like. We have the navigation bar and we have the hero section. If you hover on the button, you can see it becomes DP bits. Okay, these are the center text. This is the background image right here. Next is to create the hotel list. Before creating the hotel list, we need to first create our context folder, our context file. In the context file, we'll be able to have shared data that we'll be able to share across components without having to pass it down to props. So right here, I'm going to have room context.gss. Okay, right here, we're not going to be using RFC to create React snippets. We're going to create our context from scratch. So the room context in this case is going to be like the center where we're going to be getting all the informations of the room, and we can easily access it in any component or pages without having to pass it down as props. So let's start. We're going to import React first off. Then next thing is to get all the images and the data. So we'll import room data from our asset folder. Okay, next is to create our context, the room context. I'm going to use exports because we want to have access to the room context in other parts of our component. So we're going to have export const room context. And we're going to create this with create context. So here, create context. Next thing is to create our room context provider. So we're going to have const room context provider, the room context provider function. I'm going to pass children here. And then we need to export the room context provider. So we're going to have export default room context provider. Okay. In the room context provider function, we're going to have a return statement to return our values. So we're going to return room context dot provider, and in between this we're going to have the children. Okay, I missed an N here. All right, in the room context dot provider as well, this is where we're going to pass the values that we're going to use in other parts of our components. So I'm just going to pass in value, but it's still empty for now. So before the return statement, we need to create a state variable that is going to hold all the information about the rooms that we're getting from room data, and a setter function that will update the information if there is a change. And by default, we're going to set the rooms to room data. So this is basically what I'm saying. State variable rooms, setter function set rooms will be equal to use state will be room data. Okay. So if you hover on rooms now, you can see we're getting all the information that we have in room data. In rooms, we have the ID, the name, the description, price, and the image. Okay, now we're going to pass the value that we need here, which is rooms, because we're going to need the details of the rooms in other parts of our component, and we have it right here. So this is our room context. Next thing we need to do in our main.jsx, we need to wrap our entire application around room context. So right here, I'm going to cut this and I'm going to type in room context provider. I'll paste what I just cut. Now I need to import this right here. Import room context provider. Room context provider from context./context/room context. Okay, so now that we have wrapped our room context around our application, I'll close this. And now we head back to our component and we can now display the hotel lists. So first off, in our hotel list, before our return statement, we need to extract our rooms, the room details from our room context. So right here, we're going to have const rooms will be equal to use context with room context.
and we're going to import our room context. Import room context from dot forward slash context slash room context. Okay, this is supposed to be room. Okay. Now let's see if we're able to get the details of the room. Let's log into console, rooms, the room that we're getting right here from our context. Okay, but let's see in the home page, did we mount our hotel list? Not yet. So we need to do that. Hotel lists. Okay, now that we've mounted this, let's head back here. Okay, so this should be in a curly braces. Okay, perfect. Now if we head here, if we right click, inspect, then we click on console, we should get the rooms. You can see the array of object, array 4. This is the first object with the ID 1, the name, the description, everything. So we're able to fetch the room right now. Okay, now let's display the rooms. So I'm going to close this right here. And right here where we have this div tag, we're going to have another div tag. In this other div tag, we're going to have an h2 tag right here. And it's going to take this text. Then we're going to, after this h2 tag, we're going to create another div tag. In this div tag, this is where we're going to display the hotel rooms. Okay. So first off, we need to check the length of the room to see if there are any rooms to be displayed. If there's room to display, then we're going to map over the rooms to display our room. So this is basically what I'm saying. We're going to check rooms dot length. I want to check if the length is 0. If the length is greater than 0, then we want to do this. If it is not, then we're going to do this. Okay, let's deal with the not first, which is going to take a p tag to display this text. In this p tag, we're going to display no rooms available. That is if there are no rooms. We're checking here for the length of the room. If it is greater than 0, we want to do this. If it is not, we want to do this. Okay. Now, this, if it is greater than 0, if there is room available, this is what we're going to do. We're going to map over the rooms. So we're going to have room dot map room, comma, the index number to uniquely identify each of the room. Then we'll have our curly braces right here. First off, we need to first destructure the room. So that instead of having, if we want to display, instead of having room.image, room.name, we're just going to have image, name, title, price, and all of that. So right here, we're going to have const. We're going to have underscore ID. I'm going to explain why we need this later as ID. Then we're going to have the image with the structure, the name, and also price. And everything right here will be equals to rooms. Then, for now, I'm going to remove this, but we're going to use this later. I'm going to explain why. Okay, now we're going to return, open our brackets. We'll start with the div tag. And the div tag will pass the key to uniquely identify, and we're identifying each of the room with the index. Okay, after this div tag, we're going to have the image tag. And in the image, in our source, we're going to pass image, which is what we have destructured here. After this image, we're going to have another div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have an h3 tag, where we're going to have the name. After this, we'll have a p tag, where we're going to have the price in dollars. So we're going to have $sign before the price. Then after this p tag, we're now going to have a div tag to display the amenities. But for the amenities, we're not displaying it now.
first off, we need to create an array of objects that is going to hold the amenities to make things faster. So before the hotel list function that we have here, we're going to have const amenities lists amenities. Okay. The first we'll have the label 1 to 2%. Then we'll have the icon. In the amenities, we're going to use the user icon. I'm going to use user friends. And I'm going to close this. Okay. So we need to import this icon actually. So I'm going to import FE user friends from React icon /FE. The best way to get icons from React icon, just open a new tab, type in React icons, press enter. So if you type in React icons, this is the npm package that we installed earlier, right? And now if you click on the first one, which is react icon.github.io, click on this, it will lead you to this page. This is what we installed earlier. It will lead you to this page, react icons.github.io/react-icon/. Then you can search any icon. You can just type in and it's going to give you a list of icons that you can choose from. So this is where I got the icon from. Okay, so this is the icon that I used, and this is the import here, right? And right here as well, this is the tag that you're going to paste where you want to use it. Okay, so this is for the first object. Now to the second object, we're going to have a label. Then this is going to take bit hub. We're going to have bathtub, comma, icon, and we're going to use the bit icon. Because I've installed React icon, I was just able to click on this. Okay, then after this, we'll have the next one, label. We're going to have king size bed. So these are the amenities that we're going to display. So here, icon. The icon, we're going to use the bed icon. So I'm just going to type in bed. And you can see here, it's being imported. If it doesn't work like this, if it does not import like this, just head back here, search for bed icon. And we're going to see a list of icons that you can choose from. You don't necessarily have to use the particular icon that I'm using right now. Now, the next object is for the Wi-Fi. So we're going to have label free Wi-Fi, if that's how you call it. Then we're going to have an icon as well. And we're going to use the Wi-Fi icon. For each of these icons, we're going to style them directly here. So I'm just going to have class name, the text, the color should be gray, 600. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it for all the icons. Alright, so we have our amenities right here. Now we're going to map over the array of objects for these amenities to display them in this div tag. So right here, we're going to have open our curly braces, amenities list dot map. Open our brackets, we're going to pass amenity and then the index. I'm just going to use IDX. Oh, come on. No. Control Z. Okay. Open our brackets. Then we're going to start with a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have amenity.icon. Then we'll have a span tag. amenity dot label, which is what we're getting from here, the label and the icon. Okay, so there's something that you should note right here. We're using amenity.icon, amenity.label because we did not destructure amenity. If we had destructure amenity like with the structure rooms here, we would not need to use amenity.icon. We're just going to use icon directly and label directly. Okay, so while looking through this now, remember that right here, we're here to use the ID, which we're going to use later. We're going to use the ID later. Okay, now we're going to pass the key here so that we can uniquely identify each of the amenity when we're displaying them. Alright, so this is what we have now. Now another thing we need to work on is the image that we have here. We want to ensure that once the user clicks on the image, it leads them to the room details. So we're going to use the link icon from React Router DOM. And we're going to import that link icon, import link from React icon, from React Router DOM, from React Router DOM. Okay, and I'm going to cut this, Ctrl Z, and I'm going to paste this in between the link. So we'll set the part of the link. This is going to, we're going to have a backtick /room slash $, on our curly braces and pass the ID. So one thing you need to note is when you're creating the link, you need to ensure that it matches with what we have in app.js. You can see right here in our dynamic parts, you see we have /room and then :ID. So in our hotel list as well, we have the same thing, /room, then for our ID as well. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to open this back. So now if we check, this is what we have: book your stay and relax in luxury. Okay, we have the image of the first room, we have the name of the room, the price, the icons, which is the amenities that we listed earlier, 1 to 2%, bed top, king size bed, free Wi-Fi. This is the second room, this is the third room with the image and the name, and this is the first room, all in one double room, 1 to 2%, bed top, king size, and everything. So now let's style so this can look much more presentable. So I'm going to close this and we'll start with this div tag right here. Class name, we'll set the background color with this color code. Then we're going to set PY to 16, PX to 4. Then for the second div tag that we have here, max width, we'll take 6XL, MX also. Now for our H2 tag, the text size will be 4XL and the font will take this font family. The text should be at the center. Margin bottom will be 12. Text color will be gray, 800. Now for the div tag that we have here, which is a container to display the rooms, display will be grid 2. I'm going to set a gap of 10. Then we have the next div tag right here. I'm going to set the background color to white. We'll have a shadow. Border radius will be large. And then overflow will be hidden. Next is the image. We're going to set the width to full. Height will take 80. Object cover. Then we have the next div tag. We're going to set the padding of this to 5. Now for the name, class name, the text size 2XL, font semi-bold, and the text color should take gray text. Gray 800.
margin bottom will be 1. Now to the price, we're going to set the text color as well. Gray 600. And the text should be large. Then we'll have a margin bottom of 4 here. Now this div tag that is displaying the amenities, the display will be grid. Grid goes 2. We'll have a gap of 4. Text will be base. That's the text size. And the text color will be gray. 700. And right here for this other div tag, display would be flex, item, center. And we'll have a gap of 2. Okay. Next thing we have here is where we have the no rooms available. So I'm just going to style this. Text color will be gray as well. 500. The text at the center. Call span full. Okay. Alright. So this is what we have at the end of the day. We have the header tag right here. We have all the rooms right here, the 4 rooms that we want to display. This is the image, this is the name of the room, this is the price, number of persons, bed top, free Wi-Fi, king size bed. We have the second room, we have the third and the 4th room. And if you click on this, you're going to see the hotel details. If you click on this other image, you're going to see room 2 in the URL and you see hotel details. If the user clicks on this as well, this is for the 3rd room, hotel details. Click on the logo, it will lead you back to the home page. Click on the 4th room, hotel details. Click on the logo, it will lead you back to the home page. So basically, this is it. Next thing we need to build now is the amenities display, facility display. So now that we're done with hotel list, I'm going to close this. Then we'll open the facility. I'm going to mount this in the home page. Okay, now just deal with this. So before we display, we need to first off create an array of objects that will display all the services available. So I'm going to have const services. The first object, we're going to have the icon. I want to use the shuttle van icon. And we're getting this from the... Okay, so I'm going to close this. I need to import this as well. Import shuttle van from React icons /fa. If you search the shuttle van here, you're going to see it. Okay, and we're going to set the size right here. The size will be 32. So another thing we're going to have in the object is the title, pick up and drop. Then we're going to have our description, which is going to take this. Okay, so this is for the first. So I'm just going to paste the rest because I already have the array of object already. Now I'm going to paste this right here. Let me close this so that I can see this properly. So this is the second one. Let me get all the icons as well. Okay, now we have all the icons. Now for the first service, pick up and drop, you can see the icon is here as well. Now for the second object, we have the parking space. We're using the car icon. We have the description. For the third one as well, we have the icon, we have the title, we have the description, we have the 4th one, the 5th, and the last one. Now let's display all of these services in the facility UI. So first we'll create a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have 2 div tags. The first one would be for the title and the second one will be for the display. So we'll have a p tag here. Then we're going to have an h2 tag here as well. For this p tag, we're going to take this, and for the h1 tag, we're going to have facilities and services. Now this is for the first div tag. Now for the second div tag is where we're going to display
and map over the services that we've created here. So open your curly braces, services, dot. We use the map method, pass service, comma, index to uniquely identify each of them. Okay, so we'll have a div tag, which will take a key, we'll pass an index. In this div tag that we have right here, we're going to have another div tag that is going to take service dot icon. After this div tag, we're now going to have an h3 tag. The h3 tag will as well take the title, so we're going to have service dot title, and then we'll have a p tag for description, service dot description. So now this is what we have. We have the headers, we have the icon, we have the title, and we have the description. Now let's style. So this will look more presentable. We'll come back here. We'll start by styling this div tag. We'll set the background color with this color code. PY will be 16, PX will be 4, both paddings. Then on a medium screen, PX will take 20. Now for the second div tag, MX will be auto, and the max width. The max width will take 7XL. Then for this other div tag here, we'll set margin bottom to 12. For the p tag, text should be small, tracking widest. Everything should be in uppercase, and the text color will be gray 500. Now we have the h2 tag. The text size should take 4XL. The fonts should take this, and the font will be semi-bold, and the text color will be gray 800. Then we have this other div tag here. Display here will be grid, and a medium screen grid column 3. We'll set the gap to 10. Gap. And on a small screen, grid column 2. Okay. Then we have this div tag here, where we'll set the display to flex direction colon item starts. All items should start. Space on y-axis, we're going to set that to 3. Then the div tag that we have here, I'm going to set the background color to this, rounded full, padding 5, text color black. Then we have an h3 tag. Text should be 2XL, and the font will be semi-bold, and the text color will be gray 800. Now for the description, text color should take gray 500. Max width of this size, and the text should be small. Okay. All right. So this is what we have at the end of the day. Services and facilities. You can see right here the icon, the images, and everything. Let's see if we change the icon to white. Let's see if this will come out well. Text white. Let's see the difference. Nah. Control Z. Text black. It looks better as black. Okay. So this is for the facilities. Now we'll create our footer. So now that we're done with the facility, let us open the footer. Okay, so for our footer section, we are going to have a div tag. Then we'll have another div tag after this. So I'm going to use comments to separate. This will be the top section in the footer, and this would be the bottom section. Now let's start with the top section. In the top section, we're going to have an h2 tag, which is going to take this text. Then after the text, we are now going to have a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have an input field for email and the button that will take this text, join now. Okay. This will take a placeholder. Enter your email address. Enter your email address. Enter. Okay. Then the bottom section now. In the bottom section, we're going to have two different tags. The first one will be for the left and the second one will be for the right. So in the left section, we'll have an h2 tag, which is going to take this text, which is the name of the project. And after the h2 tag, we'll have a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have icons, Facebook from FE. We're using Facebook icon, then Instagram icon, and close this. Then we're also going to have YouTube icon. We're going to import all of the icons right here. We're going to import FE Facebook, comma, FE Instagram, comma, FE YouTube from React icons / FE. If you want to get the icons, you just head back here and get all those icons. You just type in Facebook. Then we have the other div tag, which is for the right section, which is going to take a list. We're going to have 4 list items. The first list item will take home. The second list item will take bookings. The third will take rooms. And the last one will take contacts. Then we're now going to have a p tag here. That's going to take this copyright section. Okay. So this is what we have in our footer. If we check our websites, we should see this right here. Okay, this is what we have. Now let's style this so that it will look better. So let me close this. We'll start with this top div tag here. Display would be flex direction, colon, gap of 12, px will be 16, padding on x-axis, and py will be 16 as well. The background color should be black. And the text color would be white. Now to this div tag that we have here for the top section. The display here will be grid, place contents, and the center will have a gap of 6. And then all text as well should be at the center. Now for the h2 tag, we'll set the text size to 4XL and the font will be bold. Then we have the div tag that is wrapping the input field and the button. The display would be flex, items, center, justify, center as well. The max width will be XL And also we want everything at the center. I will set the width to full. Now for the input field, flex will be set to grow. There shouldn't be space in between these. So flex grow. Px will set this to 10. Py would be 4, which is going to be the width and the height. We'll set the border to 2 and the border radius to 0. Then we're going to have border lime. The border color would be lime 500. And then border radius on the left will be full. We'll set the outline to none. And also the text in the placeholder will be set to small. Then for our button, we're going to set the background color to lime as well, 400. The text color should take white. Px would be 8. Py would be 4 for the width and height. Then border radius on the right will be full. And the font for the text in the button will take bold. Then we have the bottom section right here. The display here will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. Justify between items center. And the text as well will be at the center. And we'll have a gap of 6. Then for the next div tag, we're just going to style the h2 tag directly. The text size will be 2XL and the font will be bold. Then we have this div tag right here. Display will be flex, justify, center. We'll set the gap to 4. Margin top will be 3. Text line 500. Okay. Now for each of these, we're going to style them. The size should be 3XL. Cursor pointer. Then we have this div tag here. Display here will be flex. Gap, we'll set this to 6. Justify center. And the text size would be base. The font will be medium. Now for each of these lists, we're going to set the cursor to pointer. Class name, cursor pointer. Then we have this copyright section here. Text on the center. Text size should be small. Margin top will be 4. So this is what our footer looks like now. This is the sign up. This is the input field. This is the button. We have this left and right side, and we have the copyright side as well. So this is our footer. Now the next thing that we're going to work on is our hotel details page, such that when the user clicks on the image, it should lead them to the hotel details page, and they should see details about the hotel. They should be able to see all the necessary details that they need, and also they should be able to book their stay. So now I'm going to close the footer and we'll close our component. Then we'll proceed to the hotel details page. In the hotel details page, first off, we need to import our room data from our asset folder. Then we're going to import use params, which is what we'll use to identify the ID of a specific room. So we're going to import use params from React Router DOM. Next thing we need to do right here is to first get the ID of the room. So we're going to have const ID will be equals to use params. Then we're going to get the room based on the ID. We're getting this ID here from the parameter that we're going to have here, right? If we click on this particular room, this parameter. Now we want to get details of the room based on ID. So we're going to have const room will be equal to room data dot. We'll use the find method to find the room. And here we're going to return any room that match with the ID. So we're going to have room dot ID pass. We're converting this to an ID. Return. Okay, let me explain what we just did here. We created a variable room that is going to store all of this. Now, the job of this is to use the find method to find any room that matches with the room data. That's our passing room right here. We're using find method to find a specific room. And if we find it, we want to return the room based on ID that matches with the ID of the selected room that we're trying to check, which has also been converted to an integer. Okay, so now that we have this, we can now work on our hotel details. So right here, I'm going to delete this, and now we're going to create two div tags. The first will be, I'm going to use a comment to separate both. The first div tag will be for the left side, and the second div tag would be for the right side. In this div tag right here, for the left side, we're going to start with the left. On the left side, we're going to have a div tag. In the div tag, we'll have an h1 tag and a p tag. Then, after the div tag, we're not going to have an image tag. So for the h1 tag, it's going to take the name of the room. So we're going to have room.name. And for the p tag, will be for price. Room.price. We're getting the room from here, right? If you remember, room.name, room.price. Then for the image, we're going to have room.image. Then after the image, we're going to create a div tag for the amenities, or we're going to have an h2 tag. And the h2 tag, will create another div tag after the h2 tag. Ctrl Z. Okay, the h2 tag will take amenities. Then after the h2 tag, we'll now have a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have 5 div tags. Okay, the first one will take the Wi-Fi icon and also the text. The second div tag, let me import the icon first. I'm going to import FA Wi-Fi from React icons /FA. Then after this, the second div tag would take the TV icon, TV. I'm going to have cable TV. The third div tag would take utensils. I'm just going to type in utensils. Let's see. Okay, this has imported as well. The TV did not import, so okay. Utensils, and here we're going to have restaurants as the text after the icon. Next is the pool, so I'm just going to type in swimming pool. I'm going to type in the word pool, and lastly we're going to have the room service, so we need the concierge icon. Okay, so we have room service. Everything has been imported right here. Okay, so after this div, after the div that is more like the container for the amenities, we're now going to have another div tag. We'll have an h2 tag here. I need to take the text room description. Then we'll have a p tag, 4 p tags, and each and every one of these will take room dot description. Okay, so this is what we're going to have for the left side. Now to the right side. The right side is where we're going to have the booking form. So I'm going to have an h2 tag right here, and it's going to take this text, book your stay. After this h2 tag, we're going to have our form tag. So we're going to have the form tag. I'll delete this action that we have here because we're going to submit the form later. We'll get to that soon. Next is our input field for text. And right here, we'll come back to the name. I'll have a placeholder to display name. Then we'll have another input field for email. And the placeholder would be email. Then we're going to have another input field for telephone. So I'm just going to choose telephone right here. We don't need any placeholder. We need a placeholder, placeholder, phone number. Then we're going to have a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a label, and this label would be for dates, and the label text will take check-in. After the label, we'll have an input field for dates. Input type will be dates. Then we're going to have, after this div, we'll create another div tag for checkout. So here, label for date as well, or I'm just going to leave it empty, and this is going to take checkout. After this label, we'll have our input field for date as well. After this, we'll create another div tag. In this other div tag, we'll have our label, and this label is going to be for guests. Oh, let's just leave it empty. Number of guests. Okay. After the label, we'll use our select tag. In the select tag, we're going to create an array to display the number of guests that we want available. So you're going to open your curly braces, then these square brackets, array want 3 dot keys dot map. We pass the index. So right here, we're going to display our option, and the value will be the I plus 1, and also we're going to pass the key as well. The key would be I plus 1 as well, and the number of guests will be displayed based on this as well. So let me just add. Okay, and will be I plus 1 guests. So I'm going to add guests with an S in brackets here. Okay, so we have mapped over the array of 3 items. We're displaying the items and we're adding plus 1 every single time, and the limit is 3. Okay, so after the select tag and the div tag, we're going to add the button, and the type is submit, and it's going to take this text book now. Okay, so if we head back here in the first room that we have here, we should see the name of the room, the price, the image, all the amenities, description, check in, check out, and everything else. Back here, if we scroll down, to, let's say, this other room here, you can see we're in the fourth room. We have the name, the price, the image, amenities, description, and the form to book the stay. Now let's style. So we'll start by styling from here, from this div tag. We'll have our class name. We want everything at the center, so MX Auto. Then the max width will be 7XL. We'll have a padding of 6. Display would be grid template columns 1, and what a gap of 8. Now let's start with the left side. Class name on the medium screen, call span 2, and then word space. For this as well, for the H1 tag, we'll style this. The text size should take 3XL. The font will be bold. For the price, the text should be XL, and the text color should take lime 500. Margin top will be 1. Then we're going to have the image. The width will be full. Border radius around everything will be large. Shadow, medium. Then for this div tag, for the amenities, the background color will be gray 100. Then what the padding of 4. Border radius as well, large. And we'll have a shadow. MD as well. Next is the H2 text. The text size will be XL. The font will be semi-bold. Margin bottom will be 3. Then this div tag that we have right here, for the div tag, display would be grid. Grid goes 2. We'll set a gap of 4. And the text color would be gray 700. Now for this div tag that we have right here, display will be flex, items, center, and a gap of 2. So I'm going to copy this here, and I'm going to paste it for each of the other div tags that we have in the amenities. So right here, this is what we're going to have. Next is the div tag that we have here. I'm going to style the H2 tag. The text should be large. The font semi-bold. And we'll have a margin bottom of 2. Then for the description, I'm going to style everything. Class name. Text color should be gray 600. Now to the right section. Background will be white. Padding will be 6. We'll set margin top of 18. Border radius large. And we'll have a shadow. MD. Now the H2 tag. Text size will be 2XL. Font will be bold. Margin bottom will be set to 4. Then the form input field. The form itself, we're going to set a space of 4. Now, next is the input field. So, class name, we're going to set the width to full. We'll have a border. Then the border color would be gray, 300. We'll set the padding to 3, and then a border radius around it, large. So I'm going to copy this as well, and then I'll paste it for the next input field. Paste it for this one as well. I would also paste it for this input field that we have here. Then for the checkout as well, I'll paste it. Then for the label tag, we're going to set the font to bold. I'll copy this, paste it where we have the label tag, paste it here as well. Okay, so we have just 3 label tags. Then we have the select tag. We'll set the width to full. Padding will be 3. Margin bottom will be 3 as well. We'll have a border radius around this would be set to large. Focus ring. Then we'll set the color blue 300. Okay, then we have the button right here. I'm just going to style this. The width will be set to full. Background color will be lime. The text color is white. Then we'll have a padding of 3. Rounded large, which is the border radius. And when you hover on the button, the background color should be a bit lighter. And we'll add the transition as well. Okay, so this is what we should have, but the border on this is not applying to everything. So let's see. Okay, not border bottom, it should be border. Oh my god. Okay, so the mistake is here. The border color, not border gray 300. The border should not be at the bottom, it should be for the entire border. So there's a little, just a very little typo error here. Now let's see. All right, so this is what we have now. Okay, you can see the name of the room, the price, the image. Then we have the amenities right here. We have the room description. Then on the right hand side, we have the form. So in the form, book your stay, we have the name, the email, the phone number, the check-in. Then we have the checkout. Then we have number of guests, 3 guests. Then we have book your stay now. Okay, so this is what we have. This is for the first, that is for the 4th room. If I click on the 1st room now, we're going to see the same details, the name of the room, the price, the left and right side. And if I click on this as well, we're going to see the same details. Okay, the image, amenities, description, the form to book the stay. So now that we've completed the front end, the next thing we need to work on now is the back end. So I'm going to close this now, and we're going to create a new folder. So you right click on the sidebar, click on new folder, and we're going to create our backend folder. In the backend folder, we're going to create the file server.js. Okay, before we do any other thing, right click on the backend folder, then click on open an integrated terminal. So I want to use git bash. So I'm just going to select my bash terminal. Let me expand this. So right here, I'm going to change directory to the backend folder. And here we're going to create npm init. We'll type in npm init, press enter. So package name backend, press enter. Version, press enter, press enter. Our entry point is server.js, which is the file that we created. Keep pressing enter until you get to, is this okay? Yes, press enter. Okay. So now if we check our backend folder, you're going to see package.json right here, right? So we need to install other packages that we're going to use for this project. So I'm going to do npm install. We install course, we install .env, we install express, we would install mongoose, we would install cloudinary, json web token, we install Multer, we would install bycrypt, we install nodemon, and validator. So I'm going to explain each of them. The cause that we have is cross-origin resource sharing. Is a security feature in web browser that restricts how resources on a server can be accessed from different domains. So the cause package in Node.js helps us configure access permission. Then we have .env. Is a package that loads environment variable from .env file, keeping sensitive data like API keys secure and to separate it from the entire code. Then we have Express, which is a backend framework that we're going to be using. Then we have Mongoose, which is a library for working with MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure data, define schemas, and interact with database easily. Then we have Cloudinary, which is a cloud-based service that helps us store, manage, optimize images and videos. And we're going to be using it basically for uploading images into the server. Then we have JSON Web Token, which is a package that will be used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which will help us with user authentication and authorization. Then we have Multer, which is also a middleware for handling files upload in Node.js. And this is often used to process images, PDFs, and other files that will be sent via forms. Then we have Bycrypt, and is a library for hashing password securely before storing them in database. So it's going to make it difficult for hackers to decode them. Then we have nodemon, which is a tool that automatically restarts a Node.js application when it detects a file change. So you're going to see this nodemon in action more. If there's a file change, if there's a change in typo, our server is going to be restarted with nodemon automatically. And we have validator, which is a package that we're going to use to validate and sanitize user inputs, such as checking if an email is valid or if a password meets certain criteria. So now I'm going to press enter and let all of this install. So now that we have installed everything, let's check this out. We have Bycrypt, we have Cloudinary, we have Course, we have .env, Express, JSON Web Token, Mongoose, Multer, nodemon, and Validator. So right here in our script, I'm going to remove this text here. Okay, then I'll add a comma here. Then we're going to have server will be nodemon server.js. Okay, and also right after the main, we're going to have type, and it's going to be module. Okay, so I'm going to delete this other one that we have right here. Okay, now let us try starting our server. So right here in our server.js, before starting the server, we need to create some folders that we're going to need. So in the backend, so I'm going to right click on the folder, click on new folder. Then I'm going to create config folder. So in our config folder, we're going to have configuration files like our database connection, environmental setup, and we're going to use this to set up and manage core application settings. We're going to have another folder for controllers. In the controller folders, we're going to hold all the logic that we're going to use to undo incoming requests, processing data, and sending response. Then I'm going to create another folder for models. In the models folder, we're going to define the structure and schema of the data that we're going to use in this application, and it's usually tied to a database. Then we're going to have routes. So in the route folder, we're going to map HTTP request to a specific controller function based on the URL and method. Then we're going to have middleware. And in the middleware folder, we're going to perform various actions like authentication, login, or modifying requests and response. So now that we've created all of this, we can now write the code for our server. First, we need to have our Express framework for handling server requests. So I'm going to import Express from Express package. Then we need a middleware to enable CORS. So I'm going to import CORS from CORS package. And also we need to build the environment variable from a .env file. So I'm just going to have import.env/config for now. .env/config. Okay, so in our backend here, we're going to create a file .env. Okay, so in this file, we're going to have all of our API keys. You're going to see that in action soon. Let me close this. Now we need to initialize Express app. So we're going to have const app will be equals to Express. Then we're going to set the server port from the environment variable, or we're going to use a default, which is going to be port 4000. So we're going to have const port will be equal to process dot env dot port or 4000. Basically, we're going to be using port 4000. Then we're going to enable CORS so that we can undo cross-origin requests. So we're going to have app dot use open brackets CORS. Next is to pass incoming JSON payload. So we're going to have app dot use express dot JSON. Next thing is to define the routes to check if our API is working. So we're going to have app.get open bracket slash, then we'll add a comma, requests and respond, then response.send open bracket API working. So if it is working, we should get this API working. Okay, then we're going to start our server now. So we're going to have app.listen ports, comma. Then in the console.log, we're going to have server started on ports. Then we'll use our ports that we have defined right here. Okay, back to terminal. Okay, now that we have written this code now, we've used our Express for handling the server requests. We have our middleware here. This is for environment variable. We've initialized the Express app. We've set up our server. And also right here, we've enabled CORS for handling cross-origin requests. We've passed incoming JLoads. And also we've defined the route here to check if the API is working, and we've also started our server. So now what I'm going to do here is to do npm run server. And then I'll press enter, and then you can see what we have now. Let me expand it so that you can see. NodeMon has started our server, right? And we have server started on port 4000. Okay, so our server is working perfectly well, as you can see this now. Next thing we need to do is to set up our MongoDB and then connect it with our local server that we have right here. So right now we're going to visit MongoDB official website. I'm just going to type in MongoDB. So you're going to visit the official website. So once you're on the official website, click on sign in. If you do not have an account, create an account. So you can either sign up or create an account. If you do not have an account, as I said before, create an account. So I'm just going to sign in now because I already have an account. And you're going to create a new project. So you click on that create new project button. If you're on the dashboard, once you have logged in, we're going to name our project Hotel Reservation MERN Stack, to be precise. Then you click on next. Then create project. Then you should see this. So click on create a new cluster. And we're going to be using this free plan. They have several plans. We're going to be using this free plan because it's a tutorial. Then you're going to select a region that is closer to you. I'm going to be selecting Cape Town. Then you're going to click on this button, create deployment. Okay, so you should see this connect to cluster. Let's go through the first step. This is the IP address for this connectivity. Then click on create database user. Then you're going to click on this button. The second step, choose a connection method. So right here, we're using drivers. So this is node version. This is the current version here, 6.7. We've installed MongoDB, which is the second step. Now you're going to copy this code right here. Ensure that it ends with .NET. Okay, you're going to copy this. Once you have this copied, then click on done. Then back to your code, you're going to type in MongoDB _ URI. Then you paste what you just copied now. You're going to paste it right here. Okay. Next thing you need to work on now is the network access. So come right here, click on network access on the sidebar. Then we're going to add an IP address. Now we want to allow access from anywhere. So I'm going to click on this, allow access from anywhere. Click on confirm. Okay, now you can see that your IP address can be accessed from anywhere. It's active, and you also receive an email notification that you're allowed access from anywhere. So let's continue with our code. So now that we have this, we're going to, in our config folder, we're going to create a new file. So the name of the file is going to be MongoDB in lowercase MongoDB.js. So in our MongoDB.js, we're going to create the code to connect our MongoDB to this local server that we have. First, we need to import Mongoose library to interact with the MongoDB. So we're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose. Next is to create the function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So I'm going to name the function connectDB. So we're going to have const connectDB. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So async. In this function, we'll have an event listener that will log a message when the connection is successful. So we're going to have mongoose dot connection dot on, open our brackets, no, dot on. Okay, then we'll open the bracket once it's connected. Okay, we're going to log in the console connection established. Okay, so once we have this, now the next thing we're going to do is to connect the MongoDB database using the URL that we stored in our environment variable, which is the .env file. So we're going to have our with mongoose.connect, open our brackets, then we'll have a backtick, a $sign. Then we're going to have process. I hope you understand what we're trying to do here. Process.env. We're going to copy this MongoDB URI. I'll come here and paste it. Okay, /hotel. Okay, next thing, now that we've established the connection, we're going to export the connection function so that we can use this in other parts of the application. So export default connect DB function. Now in our server.js, after the ports, we're going to call the connect DB function and ensure that this imports as well. And then we're going to add .js. Okay. So our server has restarted now. Let's see the message that we're going to get now. Server started on port 4000. We should also be getting this message, connection established. So here it is, connection established. Okay, so now we'll be able to secure connection between the MongoDB and our local server that we have here. Next thing on the list now is to connect to Cloudinary so that we can store images in the cloud. So we're going to create a Cloudinary account, and then we're going to, so first off, let's visit the official website, Cloudinary. So now you're going to visit the official website for Cloudinary. So I'm just going to type in cloudinary.com. Once you're on the official website, I'm going to log in because I have an account. If you do not have an account, click on sign up for free. So I'm going to click on login, and it will require me to log in with my email. So I'm just going to log in with my email. So once you're logged in successfully, click on go to API key. You should see this kind of dashboard. I'm going to copy this cloud name, then click on go to API keys. I'll come right here and I'm going to paste Cloudinary name. I'll paste what I just copied, right? So back here. Then you click on generate new API key. Once you click on that, you would receive an email with a code, a confirmation code in your email. So you're going to paste that confirmation code. Once you paste the confirmation code, you're going to see the new API key that I just created. So you're going to change the name. This is hotel reservation. So I'm just going to have hotel reservation. Okay, so that is done. Now you're going to copy your API key that you have here. Copy this. So you come here and then you paste it. Cloudinary underscore API underscore key. We're going to paste that right here. Then we're going to have Cloudinary secret key as well. Underscore secret. Underscore key. So you're going to get the Cloudinary secret key here as well. So let me clear all of this. You're just going to click on this, then you're going to copy that secret key and you're going to paste it right here. Okay, so once you've pasted it, then we're now going to create a file to connect our Cloudinary with this our local server. So we're going to have Cloudinary in lowercase .js. So the first thing we're going to do here is to import the Cloudinary library version 2 that we're going to use to undo the cloud-based media storage. So we're going to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary package. Then next step is to create the function to configure and connect Cloudinary. So I'm going to name the function connects Cloudinary, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Async. It's not going to have any parameters. So inside this function, we're going to set up Cloudinary configuration using the environment variable that we have here. Okay, so we're going to set it up right now. So we're going to have Cloudinary dot config, open our brackets, then we'll have a curly braces. So we'll set the cloud name. Cloud name. We're going to get it from the env file. So process dot env dot this Cloudinary name that we have here. So I'm going to copy this and I'll come paste it right here. Then we're going to have API underscore key. So for the API key, it's going to be the same process dot env dot the Cloudinary API key. So I'm just going to come right here and copy. So avoid typo error, that's what I'm copying. Then we're going to have the API secrets process dot env dot Cloudinary secret key. Okay, so the next step now is to export the connect Cloudinary function so that we can use this in other parts of the application. So we're going to have export defaults connect Cloudinary. Okay, now we'll head back to the server. So after the connect database function, we're going to add the connect Cloudinary function as well. Okay, and then ensure that this has .js. So connect Cloudinary.js has been imported as well. Okay, so we're done with setting up the Cloudinary and also our MongoDB database. Now, the next thing we need to do now is to start creating functions and testing. But before the controllers, we're going to first define, we're going to create the models first off. So we're going to start with the hotel itself, the list. So basically, we're going to use this model folder here to define the structure and the schema for the data that we're going to use in the hotel model. And it's going to be tied to our database. So right now in the models folder, I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it hotel model.js. So in here, we're going to define the schema for the hotel collection. So first, I need to import Mongoose. Import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then the next thing is to define the schema for the hotels that will be in this, that will be stored in our database. So we're going to have hotel schema will be equals to new equals new Mongoose dot schema open our brackets, then we'll open the curly braces. So here is where we're going to define it. So we'll have the name of the hotel. The type is going to be string, obviously. Then required to be true. Okay, so work smart. I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste it here. So instead of having name here, we're going to have the price. But in this case, the price is going to be a number. So we're just going to change this to a number, required true. Then next is the description for the hotel. The type is string, required to be true as well. Then we're going to have the image, type string, required true as well. And also we're going to have the dates. So I'm just going to change this to dates. And the type here would be number, required to be true as well. Okay, so after this now, the next thing is to create the Mongoose model for the hotel collection. So we're going to check if the model already exists, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So this is what I'm saying in essence. We're going to create the model, hotel model. We've created the schema. Now we want to create the model. Mongoose dot models dot hotel, or that is if otherwise mongoose dot model open our brackets hotel comma hotel schema. Okay. Then next is to export that model so that we can use it in other parts of our application. So we're going to have export default hotel model. Alright, so now that we have this already, we've created the schema and this is all we want to be stored in the database. We want the name, the price, description, image, and date for the hotel. And then we're creating a model right here. And we're checking if the model already exists, we're going to use it. If it doesn't, then we're going to create a new one. That is what this line is for. And this last line here is to export the model so that we can use it in another part of our application. So now that we have the model, we can now create the controller function. So here we're going to have hotel controllers.js. So right here in the hotel controllers, we're going to create the functions to add the hotel room. We're going to create function to get the list of all the rooms that's been added. We're going to create function to remove a room from the list. I'm also going to create the function that will enable us view a particular hotel room details. So let's get to that. So first off, we need to import the model. So we're going to import hotel models. Okay. We're going to add .js. Always remember to add it, just in case it does not import along. And also, we need to import Cloudinary as well because we're going to be sending in image when we're adding to hotel. So we're going to import version 2 as Cloudinary from our Cloudinary package. So now let's create the first function, const add hotel. It's going to be an asynchronous function anyways. Async arrow function. The parameters will be request and respond. Okay. So this is for add hotel. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's work smart. I'll paste it here. Paste, paste. Okay, now for the second one, it's not going to be add hotel. It's going to be list for the hotel list, then remove. And then we're going to have single hotel. Okay, so once we have this now, we're not going to write anything in this function yet other than this. Let's just have response.json. Let's see. Success true. And the message goes hotel room added successfully. Okay. And then we're going to export all of this function. I'm adding this response because we're going to be testing all of this function to see if they're working. But first, let us export. So I'm going to export add hotel, comma, list hotel, comma, remove hotel, and then single hotel. Okay. So to test this, we need the route, right? So we're going to open our route folder and then we'll create a new file. And this is going to take the name hotel routes.js. Okay, so in the routes, we need to get all of this. So I'm going to come right here. First off, we need to import our express package. Import express from express package. Then we're going to import what we copied. And this is from controllers folder / hotel controllers.js. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Okay, so that is done. Now we're going to create the route for the controllers function to add hotel. Okay, so first off, we need to create an instance of an express router. So I'm going to have const hotel router will be equals to express dot router. Then we're now going to have hotel router dot, we're going to be using the post method because we want to add that post. This is the route add, and now we're going to call the controllers function add hotel. Okay, so this is the route for this. We just created the router that will undo adding to hotel. Now we need to export hotel router so that we can use it in other parts of the application. So we're going to be using it here in our server. So right here, we're going to have app.use, open our brackets, /API/hotel. We'll add a comma, then we'll call the hotel router. Since it did not import automatically, we're going to import it. Import hotel router from /router route / hotel routes.js. Okay, so we've created this endpoint right here. Okay, so we're having an error here. Okay, export defaults. I missed that. Export default hotel router so that we can use it right here. Okay, so our server has restarted now. Server started on port 4000. Connection established. Okay, so now that we have the endpoint to access this route, and from this route we can access the functions that are here, right? Let's test if truly we can have access to what we have defined, what we want to happen here. Here for this add hotel function, we just want it to display hotel room added successfully, right? This is our schema. This is the route for that function, add hotel function. Okay, so for this project, we're going to be using Thunder Client to test. Okay, so I'm going to come right here. This is it right here. I have it installed already. If you do not have it installed, go to extension, just search for Thunder Clients. Just search for Thunder Clients and then install Thunder Clients. We're going to be using Thunder Clients for this tutorial to test. Okay, so I'm just going to open it right away. So I need to reduce the screen size. Okay, so that we can have it function properly. Okay, so remember there's something that we did here in the hotel routes, right? So access this add hotel function, we're using the post method. So right here in our Thunder client, we're going to do the same thing. We'll use the post method, right? Then we need the API for the hotel routes, right? So right here is going to be https :/ localhost, and the port is 4000. Remember that /API /hotel/had. Okay, if you're wondering where we're getting this /API/had, this is where we have it. /API/hotel, right? For hotel router. Now for this function, for the add hotel function, we're using this route /had. So that's why we have it here. https localhost port 4000 /API/hotel/had. If I click on send now, okay, there's a network error. Okay, so network has reconnected. You can see here success here. True message hotel room added successfully. Okay, you can see that this is working perfectly well. Now let's test for this second one right here. For the second function, list hotel. I'm going to change the message here. Hotel room lists here. Then we're going to define the routes. Let me increase this so that we can have a larger screen. It's going to almost be the same thing, but just a little. This is not going to use the post method because we want to get the lists. Okay, so we're going to use the get method. And right here, the endpoint would be lists. And here is going to be list hotel, the function. This list hotel function that we have right here. That's what we're going to have. Let me close this model. Okay. So this is what we're going to get. Now let's go test. So /http /localhost put 4000 /API /hotel /lists. Let me click on send. We should get. Okay, so we're getting an error because we're still using the post method. So we're supposed to use the get method because that is what we defined here, right? Get method. Okay, if I click on send now, you can see success here, true message, hotel room list here. And that is the same message that we have right here, hotel room list here. Now let's test for remove hotel. So I'm just going to copy this response as well. We're just going to tweak it a bit. And this is going to say hotel room removed. Then we'll define the routes. Okay. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. And this, for removing, we're going to be using the post method. Post, and this right here would take remove. And we're going to use the remove hotel function. We're going to add it right here. Remove hotel. Okay, so we're using post method. So let's take note of that. Post method remove. We should get the message that would say hotel room removed. You can see it right here. Okay, so what is the next thing that we have here? Single hotel. That is for the details. So hotel details should something like that, or fetched. Let me see. Hotel details fetch. We'll create the route for it as well. And this is going to use get method because we want to fetch the details of that hotel room. And this right here would take room rooms. and we're going to add single hotel here. Okay, so this is just for testing. So we're using get method, and this is for rooms. Let me check once more. See rooms, yes, rooms. Okay, if I click on send, hotel details fetched. Okay, so this is just for testing actually. But when we start working on it, we're going to change this single hotel. We're going to add, it is going to be dynamic because the route is going to be dynamic because we want to access each room details by their ID. So we're going to add ID in this route part as well so that we can access each hotel room. We can fetch the hotel details by the ID that we're going to generate in the parameter. We're going to get this soon and you're going to understand it perfectly well. Now let's continue with our functions. Okay, let's start with the add hotel function. We're going to use the try catch statements. So first off, we need to extract the hotel details from request.body. So we're going to have const. The hotel details are going to be the name, the price, description from request.body. So this will be equal to request.body equals. Okay. Then the next thing we need to get is the image that we want to upload. So we're going to get that from request.file. So that is going to be const image will be equal to request.file. Now the next thing we need to do is to set the image URL to an empty string. So image URL will be equals to empty. I'm going to explain why I'm doing this now. Now we want to check if with an if else statement, if the image is uploaded, then we're going to save it to Cloudinary, and if it is not, we're going to use a placeholder. Okay, so I will use an if else statement. If else, in the if condition, we want to check if image is available, then we want to save this to Cloudinary. So I'm just going to save it in this. Await Cloudinary dot uploader dot we're uploading image. Upload. We're going to have image dot path, and then the resource type is going to be image, obviously. So image. Okay. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Then the image URL will be equal to results dot secure URL. Okay, and if otherwise, that is where this else statement will come in. If otherwise, the image URL would take a placeholder. I'm just going to have HTTPS. We're going to use this placeholder. Let's come /150. Okay. So now that we have this, after this if else statement, the very next thing that we need to do now is to create a new hotel object with all the necessary details. So we're going to have const hotel data to be equals to, we'll have the name, we'll have the description, we'll have the price. I want to ensure that, oh, come on, no. Description, price, and we want to ensure that the price is a number. So we're going to round price in a number. Then we'll set the image to image URL, just in case if the image is not uploaded, we should use the placeholder that we've already defined. Then we'll set the date using the dates.now function. So after this, we are now going to create a new product instance, a new hotel instance, and we'll save it to our database. So we're going to have const hotel will be equals to new hotel model
into hotel data. Okay, we've already imported the hotel model right here. Ensure you do that and don't miss that. Okay, now we're going to save to database. So we're just going to do await hotel dot save. And now this is the function to add a room to the hotel. So if this is added successfully, we're going to generate a response to the client. We're going to have response.json success true, and we'll have a message hotel room added successfully. Okay, so if there's an error, the catch block is going to log the error in our console. Error. And also we want to generate a response. So instead of having to retype, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it right here. Success in this case will be false. Message hotel room not added. Or error adding hotel room. That's just the best. Error adding hotel room. Okay, so now that we have the function, we're going to test. So I'm going to reduce this now. Okay. So hotel, in this case, add, we're going to be using the post method. Now, let's go through the code. So we need to extract the name, price, and description from request.body. So right here, body, right? We need the name. So I'm just going to give it deluxe room, comma. We need the price. $12 because price is a number, right? Then we need description. I'm just going to have deluxe from description here. What else do we need? We need the image, which is going to come from request.file. Okay, so because we're using the free version of Thunder Client, we would not be able to send in an image. But remember that in this code, we already have an image here as empty, just in case an image is not sent. Okay, but keep in mind that when we connect this backend to the admin panel and the admin adds an image, is going to be saved in database. And also from the front end, you'll be able to extract all the details of the room and you're going to be able to display it in the front end. So right now, I'm only adding name, price, description. Okay, so if you want to add image, if you're not using the free version, this is the form tag here in files. You can choose the file and add it, but we're using a free version because this is a tutorial, right? So back to JSON. Now I'm going to hit send. Hotel room added successfully. You can see here success true, message hotel room added successfully. Okay, we've added the name, price, description. We've added one hotel room now, right? I'm going to add another one. Exclusive. So here the description is going to be exclusive room details. And the price, let's say 24. I'm going to click on send and we're going to get the same message, success true, hotel room added successfully, right? So now to know if truly the rooms are added, you're going to head over to the database. So we'll go to clusters, locate clusters on the sidebar, click on clusters. And when you click on clusters, you're going to see browse collection. Click on browse collection, click on that button, and it's going to retrieve the list of databases. So right here, you can see that we have hotels already. I'm going to click on hotels. It is loading documents. So you're going to see what we have added to the database. You can see that we have added 2 things to our database. Okay. So this is the ID. This is the first one, deluxe room. The price is 12. The description, this is it here. The image, because we didn't add any image, it is added as this placeholder. Then we have the date right here. We have the second one, the object ID, the exclusive room, that's the name, the price, the details, the image is right here. Okay, you can see. So to ensure that you wrote the code correctly, visit your database and then click on
clusters, browse collection, you're going to see this right here. So I'm going to try and add more now. I'm going to add presidential suites. I'm going to make this presidential suites and the description as well. Presidential suite description here. Price in this case will be $40. And I'm going to click on send. And we're getting this message, hotel room added successfully. If we head back to our database and you click on refresh right here, you're going to see that we have 3 items now that has been added to our database. So you can see we have 3. The first one right here, deluxe room. Second, exclusive. This current one that we just added, presidential suite. The price is 40. Description is right here. Image is served as a placeholder, and we have the date as well. Okay, so you can see that if we add, it's been added directly to our database. Now, the next function that we're going to write is fetching the list of everything that we've added to the database. We should be like fetching it. We should be able to generate that list. So that is the next function that we're going to write here. So in the list hotel controllers function, I'm going to remove this first. Then we're going to use our try catch statement. So in the try statement, we're going to first of all fetch all the products. So we're going to have const hotels will be equal to await hotel model dot, we use find method. Then we're going to generate a response. Response.json success true, hotels. And if there's any error with the try block, the catch block is going to log the error in console and then display a message error listing. Let me just add it as error listing hotel room. Okay, so now let's test this now. So this will be for lists, and we're going to use the get method because that is what we have in the routes. We're using the get method. If I click on send, so here we have it. This is the first one, success true hotels. This is in form of an array of objects. We have the ID, the name of the room, the price, the description, the image. The second one right here, the name, the price, description, image, date. The third one, name, price, description, image, date, which is the same thing with what we have here in the database. Okay. So the next function we need to work on now is the remove hotel function, which is basically removing a particular room from the hotel room based on ID. Okay, so I'm going to delete this, and now we're going to use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we're going to delete product by ID. So it's just going to be await product model. Sorry, I mean hotel model dot find. We'll use the find by ID and delete function. Find by ID and delete. Then we're deleting from request dot body dot underscore ID. We're using underscore ID because the ID right here is underscore ID, right? So dot underscore ID. Then we're going to generate a response that the room has been removed successfully. So response.json success true, comma, message hotel room removed successfully. Okay. If there's any error with the try block, we should log the error in the console and also generate a response. So right here, we're going to have error deleting hotel. Okay, so now let's test this out. We're going to be using the post method, right? Okay, so I want to delete the last one that we have. So I'm just going to copy the ID. Okay, I've copied this ID now. We're going to be using the post method, and right here it is in the route, it is for remove. So slash remove So right here, let me delete everything that we have here. The ID underscore ID, underscore ID. We're going to paste this ID for the third one, right? So if I click on send now, you can see success true, message hotel room removed successfully. That means that that last one, that presidential suite has been removed. So to really ensure that this has been removed, let's try to fetch the list using get method. Let's try to fetch the list of all the rooms that we have in our database. If I click on send, you can see that we just have 2 rooms because we've deleted this particular one with this ID. We have just 2 rooms now, the luxury room and the exclusive room. We do no longer have presidential suites. Okay, so that means that this function, this controller function is working perfectly well. Now, the next function that we're going to work on is getting the detail of a single hotel. Okay, so we'll start with our try cat statement. So in the try statement, we need to first extract the hotel by its ID from the parameter. So we're going to have const hotel would be equal to and with hotel model dot find by ID request dot params dot ID. Then we're now going to check if not hotel. Then we want to return response dot JSON. We'll generate a response and we'll display this message room not found. That is if it is not the hotel room. Room not found. But if it is, we'll generate a response and we're going to display the hotel. If there's any error, I'm just going to copy this, paste it. If there's any error fetching specific hotel room. Okay. Now for this route, I said it earlier that we're going to be adding it's going to be a dynamic route because we're trying to get individual room. Okay. So now let's test this now. So now we're going to test this. So let's say we want to fetch the detail of just this specific room. We're fetching with the ID, right? So I'm going to copy this unique ID. And then the route here is /room, then the dynamic, then the ID. So we're going to include it here. So /rooms/ I'm going to paste that ID, the ID of this. Okay. I'm going to paste it right here. And we're using the get method as well. So we're still going to leave it on the get. Right now, this is the 2 list that we have. If I click on send now, we should only get 1. Okay. With this ID because this is the parameter right here. We're fetching the ID from the parameter. This is the ID, this is the name, the price, the description, the image, and the date. So that means that this function is working. This single literal function is working perfectly well. Okay. So now that we're done with rooms, I'm going to close all of this for now. We're going to move on to creating the reservation. So I'm going to come right here. We'll start with the models first. Reservation model. Models.js. Okay, so first off, we're going to import mongoose, the usual. Import mongoose from mongoose package. Next step is to define the schema for the reservation collection in our MongoDB. So we're going to have const reservation schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema. Open a bracket, then we'll have our curly braces where we're going to define the schema. We're going to have the name, the type, string, required, true. Then we'll have a comma. So for the reservation schema, we're going to have name, email, phone number, check-in, check-out, guest, room name, and room ID. So instead of having to retype, I'm just going to be changing a bit. So here, email, type is string, required will be true as well. Next is the phone number. So I'm just going to have phone. Next is check-in. Type is string, required true as well. Then we'll have checkout. Then we'll have guests. And then we're going to have room name. After room name, we're going to have the room ID. Okay, so now that we've done this, next thing is to export the reservation schema and also to create a model for the reservation schema. So I'm just going to do everything at once. Export default mongoose dot model, open brackets, reservation, comma, reservation schema. Okay. So now that we have the reservation schema, we can now create the controller function. So here we're going to have reservation controllers .js. So the very first step is to import the reservation models because we're going to use it. Import reservation models. We're going to add .js here. So after importing, we're now going to create all the functions that we want. The first function is to create reservation. Second is to get all the reservation, and the third one is to delete reservations. So we're going to have const create reservations. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Requests and response will be the parameter. So I'm just going to copy this. I'll create the next function. Create the next function. So this is to get all reservations. And this as well will be to delete a specific reservation. Then we're now going to export. Exports, create reservations, get all reservations, delete reservation. After this, we're going to create the reservation route. So in the route folder, we're going to have reservation routes.js. So first off, we're going to import Express from Express package. Then we're going to import the reservation controller function. So I'm just going to copy this to avoid typo error. Paste it here. So from // controllers folder / reservation controllers.js. Let's just close this so that we can have a larger screen. Next is to create the instance of our router. Const router will be equals to express.router. Then we'll create the routes for each of the controllers function. So first off, we're using post method for the create, and the route is going to be create. Then we'll add the controller function. Next step, we're going to use the get method /get. Then we'll add the get all reservation. Then the next would be to delete. We'll use the delete method. This is going to be /delete /id, and we're going to use the delete reservation. Then we're going to export the router so that we can use it in other part of our application. So export default router. Okay. So the next step is now to be writing the functions right here. So we're going to start with the create reservation function. Then we're going to use the try cat statements as we have used in previous ones. So the first step here is to extract all the field from request.body. So I'm going to have const curly brackets. We need name, email, phone, which is phone number, check-in, checkout, and also guests, room name,
and room ID equals request.body. And then the next step is to ensure that all of these fields are gotten. So we're going to use an if statement. If not name or not email. So best thing to do is just to copy all of these. Okay, we want to check if not name, not email, not checkout, not room name, not room ID. So I'm just going to copy everything that we have here and I'm going to paste it right here and I'm just going to be adding the nots to it. Not phone, not check-in, not checkout, not guest, not room name, and not room ID. Oh, it should be M, not N. Not room ID. Then we're going to get a response that would say all fields are required. So we're going to return response.json message all fields are required. Why do I keep omitting? Okay, okay. So we're going to return all fields are required. So if all of the fields are required, that is the next step. If all of the fields are filled, then we're going to create a new reservation instance and then we're going to save it to the database. So I'm going to create a new reservation instance. New reservation will be equal to new reservation models dot new reservation models, open a bracket. Then we're going to have the name, email. So I'm just going to paste. I copied it earlier, so we're just going to paste it right here. Then the next step is to save it common. Next thing is to save it to the database. So we're going to use await new reservation dot save. We use the save method. And once it is saved, we're going to generate a response saying reservation created successfully. So response.json going to display message reservation created successfully. Then we're going to have our reservation will be new reservation. Okay, so now right here we've created the function to create reservation. Okay, first off, we need to get the entire information for this reservation from request.body. Then we're using an if statement to check if any of the input fields are not saved. So it should be all. Okay, all. Okay, so not comma, should be all. Okay, so we're using an if statement to check if any of the input fields is not field, if not name or not email or not phone number or not check-in or not checkout or not guest or not room name and room ID, they want to display a response showing all fields are required. If it is, we're going to create a new reservation instance. Then we're going to save it directly to the database using the save method. Once it is saved, we want to display this message saying reservation created successfully. So if there's any error with our try block, the catch block is going to display an error. It's going to log the error in console. Error. Then we're going to display a response with this message. Error creating reservation. Okay, so this is what we have now. So the next controller function that we need to work on now is the function to get our reservation. Once reservation has been created, we should be able to fetch all the reservation from our database. So we'll start with our try catch statement. Then we're going to fetch all the reservations and store it in
reservations will be equal to await. We're getting it from the database, so await reservation model dot find. Okay, so once we have that, we're now going to respond with the reservations. If there's any error, we're just going to, the catch block is going to do its thing, display a message, error fetching reservations, and also it will log the error in console. Okay, next here, the next function is deleting reservation. Okay, so first off, we need to use our try catch statement. And then in the try block, we're going to extract the ID of the reservation to be deleted from the parameter. So we're going to have const ID will be equals to request, okay, will be equal to request.params. Since we're trying to extract the ID of the reservation to be deleted from the parameter, and once we have that, we're going to find the reservation by ID in the reservation model and delete it. So we're going to have await reservation models dot find by ID and delete the ID of that particular reservation. Then we're going to generate a response saying reservation. Once it has been found, right here, we're trying to extract the ID of the reservation to be deleted, right? And right here, once we have the ID already here, we're now going to find that particular ID in our database and delete it. Once we've deleted it, we're going to generate a response with a message displaying reservation deleted successfully. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block should undo the error, log the error in console, and then display a message error deleting reservation. Okay. So let's test all of these functions that we have written. The create reservation function, get all reservation, and then the delete reservation function. So we're going to open our Thunder client. Let me reduce the screen. Okay. So right here, we're going to open the reservation route. We'll start with the create. We're using the post method. So right here, we're going to select the post method. Now, for our API, back here, it's going to be slash create. Okay, and in our server, we have it here as, okay, so we do not have, can you imagine? We do not have the reservation routes in the server. So we can't even test it out. So now let's add it here. App.use slash API slash reservation, add a comma, reservation routes. Okay, and right here, we're going to import reservation routes from /route folder slash reservation routes.js. Okay, so now that we have this, we can now test properly. So our API is going to be localhost http localhost slash API slash no more hotel rooms. We want to test reservation, so it's going to be slash reservation. Okay, let's add an S. Reservations slash create for the create reservation controller function for this. Okay, in our routes right here, this is what we have create, and this is it right here, right? So slash create. Then the next thing right here is to get all of these from request.body. So body is going to be the first thing here. Name, email, phone, check-in, check-out, guest, room name, room ID. That's a lot. So we're going to have name. Let's just have John Doe, add a comma, then email, John Doe, at gmail.com. Add a comma. I guess the next thing here is phone, check-in, check-out. Okay. So we're going to have phone. Let's just have a random phone number. Check-in is going to be July. I'm just going to use July since we're just testing. Checkout is going to be July as well. Okay. And then guests. Let's see if it has an S. Guests, room name, room ID. Okay. So guests will be 3. Guests is a string. Okay. So guests 3. And then we're going to have room name and room ID. So room name, let's just say this room name. Then room ID. The room ID is just going to be 0. I'm just going to have a random room ID. And now we're going to hit the send button. And right here, you can see we have the message reservation created successfully. And here we have the reservation. Okay. Because the reason why we're having this is because right here, after the message reservation created successfully, we're also displaying the reservation here. Okay. So we have the message reservation created successfully, reservation. You can see the name, email, phone number, check-in, check-out, guest, room name, room ID, and this is the ID. This is the ID that is generated for this reservation. Okay. So if we come back to our database now and then we refresh the entire page, you're going to see reservations now. Okay, so we have it right here. You can see we have hotels, which is for the room, and then we have reservations. Okay. And you can see now that it has been saved in the database. This is the ID. This is the name, the ID that is generated for this. This is the name, John Doe. This is the email, johndoe@email.com. This is the phone number, check-in, check-out, number of guests, room name, and room ID. Okay, so I'm going to try and add more to it. So instead of John Doe, I'm just going to add Zuli, which is my name. And then I'm going to add Zuli at gmail.com. I'm going to leave the phone number and the check-in. Let's see, August. And then the checkout as well, August. And then the guest is going to be 7. Oh no, common. And I tell her I'm 7. And here would be presidential suite. Okay, so now I'm going to hit the send button again to create another reservation. And you can see right here the name, the email, the phone number, everything. So if I refresh now, we should have 2 reservations stored in our database. So we're going to see that right now. Okay, so we have 2 reservations now. The name, the email, the phone number, check-in, check-out, guest, presidential suite, room ID. Okay, so now we have that. Now, another thing we need to check to test out is this right here. We want to ensure that all fields are required, right? So I'm just going to remove the guests field. I'm going to change this name to Bailey. And let's see, Bailey@gmail.com. If I hit the send button, you're going to get this message. All fields are required. We're getting this message because the guest field is not here. Okay, so that is why we're getting this message. Now, the next thing we still need to check out to test is this second function right here, getting all the reservations. You know, we have 2 reservations right here saved in our database. So we need to check if we can fetch both reservations. So we'll head back here to our reservation route. We use the get method, and the route here is /get. So get method /get localhost /API /reservation /get. If I hit the send button now, we should have the 2 reservations right here that we have in our database. This is the ID. The first reservation is for John Doe, the email johndoe@gmail.com. the phone number, check-in, check-out, guest, room name, room ID. Same thing here. The name, email, phone number, check-in, check-out, the guest, room name, room ID. And that is the same thing that we have saved in our database. Okay, so the next thing we need to try out is the delete reservation. So we're deleting reservation based on ID, right? So let's say I want to delete the second reservation. First off, I need to copy this ID for the second reservation. We're deleting reservation based on ID that we're getting from the parameter. Okay, the ID that this code is generating, that our server is generating based on the parameter. From the parameter, so this is the ID here. I want to delete this particular reservation using this ID. If we check the routes now, let me click on the route. Now, we're using the delete method, right? So the route is /delete/ colon ID. If you see colon ID in your route, that means it is dynamic, right? So we need to include that ID. So we're going to come over here. We're using the delete method, delete /reservation/delete / the ID that we've copied, paste it right here. If I hit the send button, okay, so we have an error. Let's see. Okay, the error is because of this. This should be delete. Okay, now let me hit the send button again. Okay, so we're getting a message error deleting reservation, and that is because the internet is disconnected. Okay, so if I hit the send button now, you can see reservation deleted successfully. I'm connected to the internet now. So reservation deleted successfully, right? To ensure that this reservation has been deleted, we're going to try and get the list once more. So we're going to use the get method, and this is going to be /get. If I click on send, it should only display one reservation. This ID, the name, the email, phone number, check-in, check-out, guest, room name, room ID. The other reservation for Zuli has been deleted because we copied the ID and deleted it. Okay. And if we refresh, you would see that we only have one reservation in our database. I've refreshed already. I don't know if I caught that on camera, but you can see we only have one reservation stored in our database because we've deleted the second reservation. Okay, so now we're done with reservations. We're going to close everything that has to do with reservation, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so the next thing now is middleware. Okay, I already explained what this folder is for. So in this folder, we're going to create a file, and we're going to name the file multer.js. Okay, so in this file, we're going to have the code that is going to configure our storage settings for uploaded files. So remember that for this hotel reservation system, we're going to be uploading files, which is basically images, the image of the hotel room. So we're going to configure the storage settings for uploaded files. So first off, if you can remember at the beginning of the backend, we installed Multer. Okay, so we're just going to write the code here. We're going to import Multer first from Multer package. Then we're now going to write the function that is going to configure storage. So we're going to have const storage be equal to Multer dot disk storage, open a bracket, open a curly braces. Inside this, we're going to define the file name function to set how uploaded files should be named. So we're going to have file name, we'll have a function, then the parameter is going to be request, file, and then callback. Okay, now we want to use the original file name of the uploaded file. So we're going to have, we'll use the callback null, file dot original name. Once we use the name of whatever is used to store the file in a computer, that's what we want to use to save the file. Okay, so after this now, we're now going to create an upload instance using the defined storage configuration. So we're going to have const upload will be equal to Multer storage equal to be here. Keyboard problems. Next is to export the upload middleware so that it can be used in other parts of the application. So we're going to export default upload. Okay, so now that we have this, the next thing to do now is the admin. We need to create the login for the admin. So right here, we're going to have user controllers .js, and this is going to be for the admin. So first off, we need to first write the function to authenticate the admin. Okay, so we're going to have that file in our middleware, and the name of the file is going to be admin.auth.gs. Okay, and also in our env file, we need to have the admin email and the admin password. We need to set it right here. So we're going to have admin email be equals to, you're going to have a certain admin email, maybe the one you've created or you're about to create. So we're going to have, the email is going to be, for this tutorial, it's going to be tutorial@gmail.com, and then admin password be equal to tutorial. I'm just using this as an instance. Also, we need to create the JWT secret key. So we're going to have JWT underscore secrets, which we're going to use later on. And I'm just going to give this demo. Okay. So we've set the admin email, the admin password, and the JWT secret. Now we can now write the function right here. So the first thing is to import the JSON web package to undo JWT authentication. So I'm going to have import JWT from JSON web token. Then we'll create the middleware function to authenticate the admin. So we're going to have an asynchronous function. I'm going to name the function admin authentication, async arrow function. The parameters are going to be request, response, and next. Inside this function, we'll use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to extract the token from the request header. When the admin is trying to create an account, we're going to generate a token for the admin. Okay. But first off, before generating, we're just writing this authentication code. So we need to extract the token that will be generated when the admin has created an account. So we're going to extract it from request.headers. So we're going to have const token will be equals to request.headers. And we're going to use an if statement. If no token is provided, return a message saying unauthorized user. That means if the person does not have a token, if the person trying to log in is not a registered user, only registered admin user with this email and password would have a token generated. So if another person is trying to log in with a similar email that is not the same thing with the email that is saved in this environment variable here, they would not have a token generated, right? And if no token is generated, we want to return a message displaying unauthorized user. So we're going to use an if statement. If not token, then return response.json success false message would be unauthorized user. Okay. Now, if the admin added the token, we're going to verify the token using the secret key that was stored in the environment variable. So we're going to decode it, const token underscore decode JWT dot. We'll use the verify method dot verify token, comma, process dot env. That is from our environment variable dot JWT underscore secrets. Okay. So now we'll check if the decoded token matches the admin credential, that is the email and password. If the decoded token, If the decoded token doesn't match the admin's credential, then we're going to display a message, user not authorized. If it does, then it should move to the next step, which is to log the admin to the dashboard, which the admin will be able to have access to the dashboard. So we'll use an if statement here. If token decoded not processed, that means if this doesn't match, process.env dot admin email and process.env dot admin password, the admin email and password that we've stored here. Okay, if token decoded is not okay, if token decoded doesn't match, okay, so this is explanatory. If token decode does not match with the admin email and password that we're getting from the environment variable, which we've already decoded right here, if it doesn't match, then we should display a message, return response dot JSON success false message user not authorized. And if it matches after this, if it checks and it matches, then it should move to the next. That means the authentication is successful. You should proceed to the next middleware or the route handler. If there's any error with this, then the catch block should return response.json success false message error, or better still, authentication not successful, so that the message would be clear. Return with an R. Okay. Then the next thing now is to export the admin alt middleware so that it can be used in protected routes. So we're going to have export defaults admin alt. Okay. Now we can now create the function. After the authentication, we can now create the use admin function basically. Okay, so the first thing is to import JWT from JSON web token as well. Then we'll create the controller function for admin login. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Admin login equals async arrow function, and the parameters are going to be request and response. Inside this function, we use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we need to extract the email and password from request.body. So we're going to have const email, password be equals to request.body. Then we're going to check if email and password match what we stored in the admin credentials that is in our environment variable. We use an if else statement basically. So if else, and the if condition, we want to check if the email that the user is typing or has typed matches with process.env dot admin email. So I'm just going to copy this basically to avoid typo error. And if the password input field matches with what we have in our env file, admin password If it does, then we're going to create a JWT token for the admin. So const token will be equals to JWT dot sign email plus password, comma, process dot env dot JWT secrets. And we're going to generate a response once the token has been created. Success true, and we'll display the token as well. This is if it matches, right? If the email in the input field matches with what we have stored in the env, and if the password in the input field matches with what we have, then we're generating a token right here, and we're displaying a response to show the token. If not, we're going to generate a response as well. Success false. Then we'll have a message invalid login details. Invalid login details. Okay, if there's any issue with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in the console, and also generate a response as well. Success false, and the message would be error login in admin. Okay, so now that we have the function, now that we have the authentication as well, next thing here is to export the admin login so that it can be used in other parts of the application. So I'm going to export, and basically so that we can create a route for it. Admin login. Okay, so now we're going to create a route, and I'm just going to name it user routes.js. Okay, so in this route, so right here, we need to import Express from Express package. Then we need to import the controller function, import admin login from user controllers.js. Next is to create our router. User router will be equal to express.router. Okay, so there should be an equal to. I'm so sorry, I'm having keyboard problems. I'm going to try and get a new one. Okay, now we need to create the route for the controller function. So we're going to use this user router post method because we're sending in details, right? The route will be admin, and the controller function will be admin login. Okay, so this is the only thing we have here. Now we need to export the user router. And then the next thing is the server right here. We're going to have app.use, open our brackets, /API, /user, comma, user router. Okay, so it's been imported right here. Now we can test. Okay, so we're using post method, right? From the route, we have to use post method. And this is going to be /API /user /admin. Okay, so it's going to be /admin. Then in our controller function, we're getting email and password from request.body. So we'll head back right here, body. We just need email and password. So I'm going to delete all of this. I will delete the name as well. We have email. Next is password. Remember that we already set the email and password in our env. So I'm just going to copy this email. I'm going to paste it right here.
the password as well that we have set. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to have it right here. Okay, if I click on send now, you can see success true token. This is the token for the admin. Okay, remember that if the email and password matches, if the email that we're trying to enter and the password match what we have stored in our environment file, then we're generating a token and then we're displaying success true with the token. Okay, that is why we have it right here. Success true token. This is the token that's been generated. Now, if I try to log in with a different email, let's say tutorial13@gmail.com, if I click on send, you can see success false message invalid login details. So this controller function is working perfectly well. So now that we've completed all of this, I'm going to close this, close this, close this, close this, close this as well. So we've completed the backend. Now we need to create the admin folder so we can work on the admin panel. And if you've not subscribed, please do well to subscribe. I would really appreciate it. It doesn't take much to subscribe. It's just a button. Please hit the subscribe button. Like this video. Also drop a comment on what you want me to build next. And I promise I'm going to make a video. Also, please share. And if you need the entire source code, I have the link in the description. My Telegram link is in the description. You're going to be getting the entire source code for a small fee, a very small fee, in a zip file if you click on the link in the description box. Okay, so if you need the source code for both front, backend, and then the admin panel all in one, you don't want to watch the entire tutorial for your reasons, then you're going to get the source code for a free, for the very small fee. So it's just in the description box below. Now let's work on the admin folder. So I'm going to create this folder now. And right here we have our admin folder. So I'm going to expand this. We'll create one more git bash. So now we're going to type in npm create vit latest space then full stop. You press enter, then you would be prompted to select the framework. So I'm going to select React, a variant, JavaScript, and then you're going to run this npm install to install React dependencies. Ensure you're connected to the internet while doing this. So while this is installing, you can see that we have all our folders right here in the admin folders. We have our public folder, source folder, git ignore, index, package, and config. Okay, so in the assets folder, I'm going to copy an image that we're going to be using. So this is the image that we're going to use as a placeholder when we want to upload in adding to the, we're going to see that later, and I'm going to drop the link in the description box anyways, so that you can have access to all of the images that we've used in this project. So the next thing now we need to do is to set up the port for this. So we're going to set the port here where we're going to start our server from. So port here, we're going to set it as, it's supposed to be server. Okay, so we want to set the port number for the server. Port, this will be 5174. Okay, I'm going to copy this because we're going to set the ports for the front end as well. So we're just going to come right here to the front end folder in our vit.config. After plugin, we're going to paste this here, and this is going to be port 5173. So front end will take, the server is going to start on port 5173, and the admin panel, the server is going to start on 5174. Okay, so we've done this now. Let me close the front end. Let's continue with this. And now we need to install Tailwind CSS. So you need to visit the official website of Tailwind CSS. So visit tailwindcss.com. Then you click on docs. Once you're on this website, click on the documentation. So when you click on docs, you would see this right here. So we're using Vite, right? And there's the tab for Vite right here. We're just going to follow this process to install Tailwind CSS. So first off, in our terminal, they say we should create our project, which we have done. We should change directory to the project. We have done that as well. Next step is to copy this and then paste it in our terminal as well. So I'm going to paste this on the terminal. So while this is installing, next step is to configure the Vite plugin. So in vit.config,
In our own case, it's going to be .js because we're not using TypeScript. We need to copy this line of code and we're going to paste it vid.config.js. We're going to paste it after this. And we're also going to copy this right here. And we're going to, after React, in the plugin, comma, we're going to paste what we've copied. Then the next step is to import the Tailwind CSS. So I'm just going to copy this. And in our global CSS, index.css, I'm going to delete every single thing we have here. Control A, then backspace, then I'll Control V, paste what I just copied. Then we're going to run our terminal and we can now start styling with Tailwind CSS. Okay, then our app.jsx, I'm going to delete every single thing that we have here and we're going to use RFC. I believe we know this shortcut already from the front end. In case if you're watching from here, you need this extension installed. EX7 React Redux React Native extension. Do also install this extension. Then I'm going to delete app.css because I'm not going to use it for this project. Then in my source folder, I'm going to create the folder for components. I'm going to create another folder for pages. Okay, so in this folder, I'm going to have other files in them. But let's install this Tailwind. Once we're done installing Tailwind, we can now continue with our project. So in the component folder, we're going to create two files. We're going to have the login.gsx and we're going to have the sidebar. So sidebar.gsx. Okay, so we're going to use RFC as well. Now let's check if this has installed. Okay, so we have this installed already. Tailwind CSS installed. Now we're going to test this out. The next step after installation is to run our build process with npm run dev. So we're going to do that now. We're going to start our server basically. So I'm going to have npm run dev, press enter, and in our app.gsx, let's use an h1 tag here. I'm going to type in subscribe to my channel. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do well to subscribe to my channel. So here, let's style, class name, text color, let's use blue. Okay, so Tailwind has been installed. That is why we have the CSS right here. Okay, text blue. If we check our package log.json as well, you're going to see that Tailwind CSS has been installed. Okay, so another thing with that. So now that we have this, before that, you can see right here that our port is 5174. Okay, so for the front end, let's open the front end, change directory to the front end first. Then let's run npm run dev. You're going to see that the port number here is going to be 5173. Okay, you can see right here, this port number is 5173. Meanwhile, for the admin, it's 5174. So I hover on it, click on this. So now you're going to see this. You can see that the text has this color effect already. So our Tailwind is working. I can also add that, let's say text bold, font bold, I mean. So we're going to have font bold, and then the text size, let's say 2XL. You're going to see this, you can see it's more bolder. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. And then we need to install React router DOM so that we can navigate between pages. We can set up our router, and also we need to install Axios and we need to install React Justify. Axios is basically used to make HTTP requests for backend servers or API. So we're going to be using Axios a lot in this admin panel. We're going to use Axios to fetch from our database. It's basically to connect with our backend API. So you're going to see that. We also need to install React icons. So let's go on installation spree. So first off, React icons. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it in the terminal. Let me stop the terminal from working and I'm going to paste it here. Oh, I didn't copy that. Okay, so let's recopy. I'm going to copy this and I'll come paste it here. Then React router DOM. This is React Router DOM right here. And then we need React Tostify as well, the npm package, and also, so right here for React Router DOM, I'm going to copy this installation code that we have here, and then I'll come paste it. Okay, so this is still installing. I'm going to open another terminal, git bash terminal. I'm going to change my directory to admin, change directory to admin. Then I'm going to paste the installation code for React Router DOM. So let's check if this has installed. Okay, so our React icon has been installed. Okay, so now that React icon is installed, we need React Tostify. I'm going to paste it right here, React Tostify. We also need to install React Tostify for frontend. So you're just going to open the frontend terminal. I'm going to stop it from running, Control C. Then I'm going to paste React Tostify right here. Okay, and also we need Axios. Okay, so you're just going to Google npmjs.com/package/Axios. You're going to copy the installation code, and then you're going to install for both front end and the admin panel. Okay, so React Tostify has been installed. I'm going to paste the installation code for Axios right here in the admin. I'm going to do the same thing for front end. I've installed Tostify right here. I'm going to paste for Axios. So we're installing Axios for frontend and React Tostify for frontend as well. And we're installing Axios, React Router DOM, React Icons, and React Tostify for admin panel. So do well to install each of these. Okay, so Axios is still installing. And now we're going to check, after installation, we're now going to check the package log.json to know the dependencies that we've installed so far. Okay, so let me collapse this terminal a bit. Now, I'm going to open the package log.json that we have for frontend, and I'm going to open package log.json that we have for the admin panel. And let me close this. This is for, let me close all of this. Okay. So I'm going to, this one is for admin. Let me close the sidebar and log in. And then this is for, okay, you can see it now, it's specified right here. This is for admin. So in the admin panel, if you check this, the dependencies that has been installed: Tailwind CSS, Axios, React DOM, React Icons, React Router DOM, Tailwind. Okay, when you install React, when you do npm install React DOM, both of them will be installed. Okay, so you're going to install Axios separately, React Icons separately, React Router DOM, and Tailwind CSS separately. So this is for admin. I'm going to close this now. And this is for frontend. You can see the name here is frontend version. So the dependencies right here: Tailwind, Axios, React DOM, React Icon, React Router DOM, and React Tostify. Okay. So we have everything that we need now installed. Let me close my frontend folder and let us continue with this tutorial. So after this, in our pages folder, we're going to have 3 new files. The first file being add hotel.gsx. So the add hotel room page, basically. The second would be list hotel.gsx, refc. And the third one would be reservation.gsx, refc. Okay, so we have these 3 right here. Then the next thing we need to do now is to set up our routes in app.gsx. So in our app.gsx, we're going to set up our routes, but before that, we need to declare a variable where we're going to store our backend URL. So I'm going to use exports because we're going to be using it in another part of the application. Const the variable, I'm going to name it backend URL, and it's going to contain http ://localhost, and then the port number, port 4000, which is what we're using for our backend. And then we can now set up the route. But before that as well, we still need to do a few things. So let me delete this. Let me close this. I'm going to delete this that we have here. All right. So the first thing here is for us to declare a state variable that is going to store the token and a setup function to update the token. And you might be wondering, what exactly are we using token for? When we were building the backend, if you remember clearly, token is what will be generated when the user, if the admin logs in successfully with the right email and right password that we have already set up in our environment variable, right? So we're going to generate token, and we need to get that token from the backend. Okay, so we need to first store our token. You're going to see the reason why we need the token soon. So I'm going to have const token setup function set token, and right now use state. There's a state variable, right? So we're going to set it to empty. Okay, then in the return statement right here, we can now write the logic. Okay, so the idea of this admin panel is to ensure that if token is available, that means if the user logs in successfully, which is going to go through the login form, right, then they will have access to the main page. And the main page is basically the sidebar, the add page, the list page, and the reservation page, right? So we need to check. We are going to use a ternary operator to check if token is available, then the user will have access. If token is not available, then the user needs to log in first. Okay, we've created the login components and we've created the pages as well. Okay, so right here, curly braces, then we'll check if token is not, that's what we have. If not token, question mark, do this. If it is available, then do this. Okay, so this is just the logic that we're going for. Now let's fill in what is missing here. So if token is available, if token is not available, right? If not token, then it should display the login components. Okay, I'm going to import that. We're going to import login from dot forward slash dot forward slash component slash login. So if token is not available, that means if the token is not saved or the user has not logged in before, then they will be prompted to log in. The first thing they're going to see on the admin page is the login. But if the user is logged in, it will move to the next step, which is to display the sidebar. Okay, so right here, I'm going to have a div tag. Then we're going to show the sidebar if the user is logged in. So this is just the logic that we're going to use right here. If token is not available, then display login. If it is available, then display the sidebar. Okay. Now, in the sidebar, we're going to set up the routes because with the sidebar, we want to be able to view the add page, list page, and the reservation page. Okay, so we're going to have another div tag right here. If you're wondering why I'm using this right here, is because we want to have other div tags. We want to have other React components here. So we need to add this fragment. So right here in this div tag, we're going to set up the routes. So first, we'll set up routes. We'll set the paths /add, and then we'll render elements. We're going to render the add page, add room page. Okay, so we're going to have add hotel. The add hotel components. Okay, so now we've set up the routes for this, for adding hotel. So on the sidebar, the user can have access to this add hotel. We're still going to build the sidebar separately, which is right here. We're going to build the login separately. We're going to build the add hotel separately. We're just setting up routes for now. Okay, and one thing we need to know is that we're here to import all of this, the sidebar, the add hotel, right? So we need to do that. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it twice. Okay, so the second one will be for list hotel. So the path to this component, to this page is list. And we're going to render the name of the page, lists. And the next one will be for reservation.
and the parts and the page is reservation. Okay, let me reduce this better. All right. Okay, so this is it now. So when setting up the route as well, you need to import the routes and routes. But before that, let's move over to our main.jsx because we need to wrap our browser router around the application so that we can navigate between the pages that we have in our application. So I'm going to delete this strict mode, or better still, turn it to a comment. And then we're going to first import browser router from React router DOM. Okay, then we're going to wrap browser router, cut this, and then I'm going to paste it in between browser router. So now that we have wrapped our application with browser router, we'll be able to navigate between pages in our application. Okay, so back here, now let's import routes and router. Import routes and routes with an S. Okay, all right, so right here you're supposed to have an S here as well. The routes supposed to have an S. Okay, then the next thing is to import the sidebar, the add, hotel, the list, and the reservation. So let's do all of that. I'm going to import sidebar from ./component/sidebar. Then I'm going to import the add hotel page from ./pages/add hotel. Okay, you can see that add hotel, list, and reservation are in the same page. So just copy, they are in the same folder. So just copy and then just make little change. Highlight this, highlight the second add, then do Control D. It's going to pick this, and then list hotel, and this reservation. So I'm doing this instead of having to retype all the time. We're just going to do this. Okay, so we've imported login. Yeah, we have sidebar, right? We have our route, we have add, we have list, and we have reservation as well. Now I'm going to restart our terminal. I'm going to restart the server. npm run dev. So I've restarted this now. You can see the port is 5174. Click on follow link, and all we can see right here is login. Okay, and that is because of what we've already set right here. If no token is available, currently I've not logged in at all. So the first thing the user is going to see is login because they have not logged in at all. If the user has logged in before, then they're just going to see the sidebar directly. Okay, so this is working well. Now let's build the login page. Okay, so instead of having to see just login, we're going to see the page itself. So right here in the login, we're going to, first off, we need to import the backend URL because we're going to submit our form. So backend URL. Apologize. Okay. And also, we're going to create two state variables and two setup functions, which is going to basically be for the email and password, because that is what we're using to log in. We already set the email and password in our environment variable in our backend folder. Do not forget that. So we need the admin on the login dashboard, on the admin dashboard, basically, to enter the correct email and password. Okay, so we are going to create two state variable, email, and setup function sets email. Use state. So by default, it's going to take an empty string. We'll do the same for password. Setup function sets password. And by default, it's going to be set to an empty string as well. Now let's create the form, the UI basically. So I'm going to delete this. Okay, so that we can create hearts. Alright, so for this we'll have a div tag.
In this div tag, we're going to have another div tag. In the other div tag, we'll have an h1 tag. And the h1 tag is going to take this text, administration, or basically admin login. After the h1 tag, we're going to create a form tag. And inside this form tag is where we're going to have our form basically. So I'm just going to delete this action right here. Okay, so in the form, we'll have a div tag. We'll have two div tags basically. So two div tags. The first one will be for login and sign up. So in the first div tag, it will be email address. And we'll have an input field for texts. Okay. Have an input field for email, email, since the admin is going to log in with email. So email, okay. And I'll delete this. It's going to have a placeholder that is going to take this text, enter admin email. Okay, and after this placeholder as well, we are now going to set the value of this input field, and the value would be the email. Okay, this state variable here. So whatever the user enters right here in this input field will be stored in this variable. Okay, so after that, we're now going to use our onChange method. Okay, set email e.target.value. Okay, all right. So now for the next div tag, the p text would be password, and then we'll have an input field with the type password. Once you type in input, you see this type here, password. We're going to have a placeholder password. We'll set the value as well to password. And also we're going to use the onChange method to call the setter function, so that when there's a change in the inputs, it's just going to set it, it's just going to update the value. This would be for set password. Okay, so we're using this onChange method to set the password or the email if there is a change in the value basically. All right, and after this, after the two inputs, after the two div tags, we're going to have our button, and the button text is just going to be login. Okay, so this is what we have, and this is what it looks like on the screen. Email, password, this is the button. Now we're going to style first. We're going to style. So we're going to start by styling this second div tag. Okay, so class name, display flex, justify content, center, item center as well. Minimum height with screen size. And then we'll have background color to be gray 100. Then we have this second div tag right here. The background color here will be white. Shadow will be medium. And then we want a border radius around the entire thing, large. px8, py6. And the width here, we'll set it to full. And the max width will be medium, so MD. Then we have the h1 tag. Text to be 2XL. Font bold. All text to be at the center. Text color will be gray 800. And margin bottom, we're going to set that to 4. Now for the font tag, we're not going to style that, but for this div tag here, we'll set the margin bottom to 4. And then for this p tag as well, the text will be small, font semi-bold, text color would be gray, 600, and then margin bottom will be 2. Okay, so we're going to be using the same styling that we have in this first div. We're going to be using it for the second div. Okay, so I'm going to show you that soonest. But first, let's style this input field. Okay, so we're going to set the width of this to take 95%. Then px will be 3. py, we're going to set that to 2. We'll have a border, and then we'll set the border color to gray, 300. Rounded, medium. Text, small. And then focus, outline none. Then if it's on focus as well, we want to set the border color, the border bottom, gray, 800. Okay, I said we're going to be using the same styling, right? So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll come paste it right here. Then we'll copy this styling as well. I'll paste it right here. Then for the input field as well, I'm going to copy this styling, and I'm going to paste it right here. Now another thing that we need to do is to ensure that this is required. In short, both fields are required. They are compulsory to be filled. Now let's style our button. Our button type is going to be submit. Then let's style. The width will be full, px3, py2. Text size should be large. Then we're going to have the font to be bold, and the background color here would be, let's use something else, fuchsia, let's see, 900. I don't know if that is going to look nice. And then border radius, just medium. Okay. Oh wow, this came out so nice. Okay, so this is what the login page looks like right now. Looks good, right? I don't know. Drop a comment below if you like this fuchsia. I think I want to change the text color on the button. Text white. Let's see the effect. Oh wow, makes more sense. Okay, so this is it right here. This is what the login form looks like. Now we still need to do other things. We need to be able to send in details from right here to the backend and ensure that a token is generated so that the user can have access to the actual dashboard. Okay, so let's work on that. Okay, so we're going to head over to the app.gsx. Right. So where we have this token right here for login, we're going to call the set token function, and then we're going to pass the set token right here. Okay, and also back here we're going to receive this set token as a parameter. Now let's write the function that is going to basically send in our details to the backend and allow access to the actual dashboard. So I'm going to write a function, and I'm going to name that function admin login handler. This function is going to undo the login to ensure that once the user or whoever is having access to this types in the correct email and the password, they should have access to the dashboard if they have the right details. Okay, so const admin login
handler. HANDLER. Yeah, that's that. And it's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to pass this. Okay, so right here we'll use our try catch statement for passing events, right? Okay, so first off, we need to prevent default submission on the form. So e dot prevent default. Then we now need to send in our email and password using Axios. So first off, we need to import Axios. That's very important. Import Axios from Axios package. Okay, so let's get right into the work. Const, oh come on, not caps lock. Const, why? Const response be await. We're sending in the await, right? Axios dot. We're using post method when we're sending. If you remember, then we'll call the backend URL and concatenate with our API endpoint slash API slash user slash admin. Then we're going to send in our email, the value, and the password. Okay. And if this is successful, let's log in. Let's log our response in console. Okay. So now let's test this out. Before testing, you can see that this is a bit dim. It's not as bright as others. That means that we're here to use this function. It's declared. You can see admin login handler is declared, but its value is never read. All right. So I skipped that. So I'm going to copy this now. And where we have this form tag, I'm going to use the on submit function. And then I'm going to pass the admin login handler. Okay. So once the user hits this button, this function will be called. That means that this is going to work, and then it will log in the response in our console. So let's put this to work. Our server for backend admin panel is currently running. I don't know if the backend is running, so let me change directory. And then we're going to run npm run server. Okay, so we've established connection in the backend. Now let's try to log in with the email and password that we've set in the backend. So I'm going to open this backend folder, our env file, the admin email. I'm going to copy this, and then I'll come paste it right here. And then the admin password as well. I'm going to copy this and then paste it right here. Before I log in, I'm going to click on inspect, because we're going to log our answer in console. So I'm just going to click on login now. You can see right here, login.gsx. Okay, so let's see. Success, true, token generated. You can see that this is working perfectly well. So now let me close this. Let us continue. You can see that that is working perfectly well. Let's close and let's continue with the code. Okay, so I'm going to use an if else statement now. In if statement, we're going to check if response dot data dot success. Then we want to set token to response dot data dot token. Okay. Else toast dot error. We're going to display an error message. Toast dot error. Or better still, let's just log the error in console. Error. And if there's any error in the catch block, we want to log the error in console as well. Log error. Okay, so now that we have this now, we're able to log in, but it's not moving us to the next page, right? It's not moving to the next page. It's still static. So now to ensure that we can move to another page, because if we still log in, like I said, it's not moving us to the next page. We're still static. It's just submitting and nothing is happening. And that is because only the login has the set token.
Okay, so we need to ensure that the sidebar, which is more like our own page that we can use to access every other pages, the sidebar component has the set token right here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste the set token parameter here. And also in the sidebar, I'm going to pass set token right here. Okay, so now if we log in now, so let's get the email and password from our env file. So I'm going to copy this email, I'm going to paste it right here, and also the password for this tutorial project as well. Then if I click on login now, you're going to see that it will lead us back to the sidebar. Okay, we are on the sidebar now, because this has the sidebar component has the set token already. Okay, so this means that this is working perfectly well. We're able to submit in the login component and it will lead us to the sidebar. From this, we're checking if no token is available, then display login form. If token is available, then display the sidebar, basically. All right, so another thing that we need to take note of is simple password. I know, right? If we refresh now, it's going to lead us back to the login. And this is because our token is not stored anywhere. We did not store the token in our browser's local storage. So we need to ensure that the token that is generated for the admin when the admin logs in should be stored in the browser storage. So for that, the first step we need to do here is after the set token right here. Okay, inside here by default, by default we're setting the token variable to empty string. Okay, so we're going to ensure that it is no longer empty string. We're going to use the local storage dot get item method token. Okay, so we're getting the token from our local storage. Now let's store the token in the local storage. So I'm going to use our use effect, create a function. So we're going to have local storage dot set item, that is to store the token. Okay, something is wrong here. Okay, set item, open our brackets. We're going to set this token as this token that we're getting right here, and also we're going to be having token as a dependency array. Okay, so now that we have saved our token in our local storage, and we're going to be getting the token from the local storage, and we're going to save it in this state variable. Okay, also in the login form right here, after this, we're going to save the token in the local storage here as well. So local storage dot set item, open our brackets, token would be response dot data dot token. Okay, so now let's test this theory once more. If I reload now, you can see that nothing is happening. It's not refreshing back to the login page. It's not refreshing back to the login component, basically, because the token has already been stored in the local storage of this our browser. So now let's start building the sidebar, which is also going to serve as our home page, basically. So I'm going to close everything relating to login because we're done with login, and this env as well. Then I'm going to open the sidebar component. Let's get to work. If you have not subscribed at this point, please do well to subscribe. This is the only way you can support my channel. Please do well to subscribe to my channel. It will take nothing to subscribe. Please do well to like, share, subscribe, drop a comment if you love this tutorial, and if you want me to do more of this, please, please, please. Thank you. So we're going to delete this, and now I'm going to have a new div tag. We're going to have two div tags, by the way. The first one will be for the header in the sidebar. So here is going to take this text, and the second div tag, we're going to have the links. So in this case, we're going to be using nav links. So I would use nav link from React Router DOM. And you can see that it has imported right here. Okay, so we're going to use nav link. In between the nav link, we're going to have the icons for the page that we want to render here, and also the text. Okay, so the first nav link The path will be to the add routes. Okay. And the second nav link, let's finish up with the first nav link. So we're going to have in this nav link, in this particular one, we're going to have the icon. So I'm going to use the circle, add circle icon from, okay, better still, let me just write the entire IOMD add circle. I'm getting this from React icons outline. Okay, so we're using this link basically. I'm going to show you where you can also get this link. And I'm going to import this right here. I'm going to import, I'll come copy this, paste it right here. Okay, to avoid all this copying and pasting, the best thing you just need to do is to visit the official website for React icons. Okay, so this is the icon that we're using right here. Let me show you the website. So you're going to type in React icons. Just search for React icons. Okay, so when you search for React icon, you go to this website, react-icons.github.io. So the second one showing here is the npm package to install. We've already visited there already. So once you're here, you can just search for whatever you want. So I want the add icon. So you're just going to type in add in that search bar on the sidebar, and you're going to see several icons that would match with what you've searched for. So it's still currently loading. So this is the icon right here. The icon that I just typed, add circle outline icon. So you can just select. I've already imported it right here and I've added the icon. Okay, so this is it here. Alright, so after this icon now, we're now going to have the text, and it's going to say add rooms. Okay, so this is the text right here. This is the nav link. So if you click on this icon or this text showing add room, it's going to navigate to the add room page basically. So this is the first icon that we have, and then we're going to do the same. We're going to get the second, the third. So let's just come right here, Ctrl C. I'm just going to copy paste, but I'm going to change few things. This second route to be for lists, and we're not going to be using this icon. We're going to be using the list icon. So I'm just going to type in list, bullet list icon basically. So let me just go and search for list bullets, and then there are several icons here that you can get from. So let's see, how about this? Okay, this looks nice. I'm going to copy the import row. I'll come paste it right here. Then I'll come right here as well. I'll copy this, and then I'm going to paste it where I need it. Okay, now this is for lists. Next is for reservation. So I'll copy this, Ctrl C, paste it again. Then I'm going to change this route to reservation routes. Let's see, what do we use for reservation route? Is reservation. The part here in our route when we're setting it up is reservation. The part here is add, the part here is list. So that's the same thing that we're following. So this is for reservation, and the icon that we're going to be using, let's search for the icon. Let's search for list icon, but this will not be bullet list this time around. We're going to be using the normal lists icon. Let's see, there are several icons here, so I think I just want to go with this to check that they've made reservation. Okay, so I'm going to copy this import row, and I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so both of them are in this category. So instead of having it in different lines, I'm just going to add it here, comma. Then I'm going to delete this. Okay. Then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it where I need it, which is right here. Okay, and this is going to be reservations,
Then after this nav link, we're going to have a button, a logout button basically, and we're going to be using the logout icon. So we're just going to come here and type in logout, and you're going to see several icons. So I'm going to be using this icon. I'll copy this as well. I'll come paste it right here. You can see that they're in the same category, IO. So I'll do the same. Cut this, Ctrl X, paste it inside this, and I'm just going to delete this line. Still going to do the same thing. Copy this and then paste it where I need it, inside this button. Then after this, I'm going to have a p tag for logouts. Okay, so if we check here now, you can see the icons are already here. Okay, so this second one, we didn't change it. List room, or better still, room lists. Okay, so this is the header, this is the icon. So now we need to style this now so that it can look better. So we're going to start styling from this first div tag. So we'll have our class name. The width of this should take 22% of the screen. Then the minimum height should take the screen size. We'll set the border on the right to 2. Then we'll set the border color, border gray, 100. Then we'll have background color of this should be white. Let me close this. Okay, now for the second div tag, we're going to set the margin top to 4. So we'll have class name, margin top 4. Then padding on x-axis will be 6. Then we have this h2 tag right here. Class name, text size should be 32 pixels. And the fonts will be bold. And now we're going to style this div tag. So display here would be flex. Flex direction will take colon. We'll set the gap to 4. And we're going to set padding top to 6. Then we have this nav link. Okay, so display would be flex, items. Okay, items center. We'll set the gap to 3. PX would be 4. PY would be 3. Border bottom will be set to 2. Then we'll set the border color to gray, 200. And the text color as well would be gray as well, 600. And then when you hover on it, I want to set the background to fuchsia 500. And the text color would be white when you hover. Okay, so hover, text white. Okay. Now for the icon itself, we're going to style this as well. The text size would be 35 pixels. 35 pixels right here. Text color would be black. Okay, then for the p tag, we'll set it to hidden. But on a medium screen, the display should be block. And the text generally should be base. Okay, so we're going to be using the same styling for the 3 nav links. So I'm just going to copy what we have here. I'm going to copy this down to this. Then I'll paste it where we have this nav link. And I'll paste it here as well. Then for the icon, so I'll copy this and then I'll paste it right here, and I'll paste it so we have this icon as well. Now for the text, I'll do the same thing. I'll copy this, I'll paste it in the p tag, I'll paste it right here as well. Then we're going to style the button separately. So display will be flex as well. Items will be at the center as well. Item center will have a gap of 3. PX will be 6 as well. So basically it's going to have the same styling. Okay. So I'm just going to copy from, let's see, PX6. Let me keep typing instead of copying. Then PY, I'll set it to 3. Border bottom will be 2. And the border color will be gray, 200. Right. Then the text color would be gray, 600. When you hover, the background color will be fuchsia, 500 as well. And here we'll set the width to full, and the text will be on the left. Alright, so that is for that. Now for the icon, it is going to have the same styling as this. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And the text as well, I'm going to copy this text styling and then I'll paste it here. So this is what we have now in the sidebar. This is what it looks like. Add ROM. If I click on this add ROM, you can see that this has changed. If I click on ROM list, you can see that this has changed. If I click on reservation, you can see that this has changed. But if I click on the logouts now, it is not logging out because we're yet to add the logic that will ensure that the user is able to log out. So now in the logout button, we're going to use the onClick method to ensure that once the user clicks on this button, we'll call the set token. We'll call the set token function, and then we're going to set it to an empty string. That means we're deleting the token that has already been saved. We're going to set it to an empty string. So that is it. You can see that now everything is working perfectly well. This is our sidebar. All right. So let's work on the add page. Once the user clicks on add, they should be able to add to ROMs basically. So I'm going to close this component and now I'm going to open the add hotel. So in the add hotel page, we need to first create a state variable that is going to take the important information that will be added. First, we need the image, then we need the name of the ROM, we need description, and we need price. So we're going to create a state variable and a setter function to update when there is change. So I'm going to have const image of const image setter function set image will be equals to, by default, use state. So we're going to set the image to null. Then we're going to create a state variable for name. So const name setter function set name will be equals to use state. By default, we're going to set this to an empty string equals to, okay. Then we're going to have for description of the ROM const description setter function sets description use state would be an empty string as well. Then we're going to have for price const price setter function sets price use state would be an empty string as well. So now that we have all of this stored in, now that we have this, which is going to store the name, image, description, and all, the next step now is to create the UI for the add page. And we're going to have that in our return. So right here in this div tag, we're going to start with the form tag. I'm going to delete this action that we have right here. Now, in this form tag, we'll have a div tag. Okay, so in this div tag, we'll have a p tag that will take this text, upload image. Okay. Then after this p tag, we're now going to have a div tag that would have a label and also an image. Now, the image, Ctrl Z, let me just delete this.
the image will be inside the label tag. So img tag, okay, the image and an input field. Input, the file, the type will be for file. Okay, so that is it. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. All right. So in the image, we're going to use a ternary operator right here. And the logic behind this is we want to check if the image is not available. That is, we did not provide any image. We should use a default placeholder image to represent the image. And if image is selected and uploaded, we should create a temporary URL for the selected image file, allowing it to be previewed before uploading. Okay, so basically the temporary image that we're going to be using, we need to import it. The temporary image, if no image is provided, is this image. This is the temporary image that we're going to be using if no image is provided. Okay, so right here, if not image, that means if no image is provided, right? Before that, let's import this image. Import default image. I'm going to name it default image from assets slash, the name of the image that we're using is upload image.png. So upload underscore img.png. Okay, so now we can continue with this. Now, if not image right here, that means if no image is provided, then we're going to use the upload the, what did we name it? We're going to use the default image as the image, and if image is provided, we want to be able to create a temporary URL for the selected image, allowing us to preview the image before uploading it to the database. So we're going to use URL dot create object URL into brackets image. Okay. Okay, so now that we've done this, now for the input field, we are going to set the ID to be image. Then we'll use an onChange method. We'll call the event, we'll pass the event, then we'll call our function. So if there's any change, the onChange should update it. e.target.value, e.target.files, the first file that will be uploaded. Okay. And this input field will be set to hidden. Okay. So now we have this in the add page. So after this div tag for the image, then we're going to have another div tag. So in this div tag, we're going to have a p tag, and also we're going to have an input, and the type is going to be text. Okay. So for the p tag, it's going to take room name. Then in the input field, we're going to have a placeholder that would say enter room name. Also, we're going to set the value to name, so that the value that the user is going to type in, the admin is going to type in here, will be saved in the namestate variable that we've created earlier. Then I'm going to use the onChange method to call the setName function to update it if there is any change. So here we're going to have e.target.value. Okay. And also we're going to have for description as well. So instead of having to retype, I'm just going to copy this, then I'll paste it, and here would be room description. Type is text. The placeholder will be enter room description. The value in this case will be description. And this is going to be set description. Okay. After description, we're now going to have price. We'll have a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a p tag and an input field as well. So I'm just going to copy this. So better still, let me do Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. I'm going to copy what we have here, and I'm going to replace, and right here the text is going to be price. Input here, the type will be number. The placeholder, we're going to use 40 for the placeholder. Then the value here will be price. And then we're going to call the set price function. Okay. And after this, we're now going to have the button. The type will be submit. I'm just going to take this text, add drum. Okay, so basically this is what we're going to have in the add page. So if we check this now, well, on the add page, you can see this is what we have. We have this placeholder image right here because we're yet to select any image. And also now if you click on this, you'll be able to select images. Okay, so this is the placeholder. We have the room name, the input field, room description, the input field, the price, and then the button. So let's style this. Let's start styling. We'll start with this form here. Class name, display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. Items starts. And we'll set a gap for 1. Then we have this label here. We'll start with the image basically. So let's just start with the image. Class name. The width, we'll set it to 32, and we'll set the cursor to pointer. Then we have the next div tag. We'll set the width here to full. Okay, and we have the p tag as well. I'm going to set the margin bottom of this to 2. Text size to 22 pixels. Then for the input field, I'll come style it right here. So class name, the width will be full. Max width will take 500 pixels. We'll set the padding to 4. We'll set the border, and also we'll set the border color gray 300. Then we'll have a border radius. Okay. So basically we're going to be using the same styling for the 3 div tags. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll copy it and paste it here as well. The p tag as well, we're going to be using the same styling. So I'll copy this. I'll paste it right here. And I'll paste this as well right here. Then we have the input field. It's going to take the same styling as well. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. I'll do the same for this, paste it here. So basically this is what it is going to look like now. But we need to style the app.jsx so that these pages, the add page, everything is going to be on this side. So let's style app.jsx first off. So I'm going to style this div tag. I'm going to set the background color to white. The minimum height will be the screen size. Then we're going to have this div tag. The display here will be flex, and the width I'll set it to full. Then we have this other div tag here. I'll set the width to take 70% of the screen, and then margin left would take this value, maximum of 5 VW, 25 pixels. Then we're going to set this to 8, and then the color will set it as well, and the text size will set that as well. So now this is what it is going to look like. instead of having it in at the bottom. This is what it's going to look like. So this is what the add room page looks like. So we're here to style the button in the add hotel room. So let's style this button here. We'll style this. So class name, we'll set the margin top to 6, and then padding, we'll take 20 and 3 for both the width and heights, horizontal and vertical. Then I'll set the background color to fuchsia 600 rounded, and then let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. All right, so this is what the page looks like. If we try to add an image now, let me go to pictures. I'm just going to select, let's say I select this from now. You would see that you'll be able to preview the image before uploading it, before setting other things, other information, before adding it. You'll be able to upload and also preview the image before adding it. So now if we add whatever, we can't send it to the database because we're here to write the logic that is going to undo that. So let's get to that. So first off, right here in our route where we rendered this add hotel room, we're going to add our token. We're going to pass it as a prop. Okay, and right here as well, we are going to pass the token as a parameter. Okay, so to ensure that only the admin can add room basically. Now the next step is to write a function that is going to undo the submission to database, that is going to undo this form submission to database. So I'm going to name that function room submission. So I'm going to have const room submission. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Async. So first step is to prevent default submission. E.prevent default. Then we use our try catch statement. In the try block, we need to create a new form data object to send the form data in multi-part formats. So I'm going to have const form data will be equals to new form data. Then we are now going to add product name, add description, add price, and then image. So we're going to have form data dot append. We'll use the append method. We'll save the name, then we'll get name, we'll get description. So instead of having to retype, I'm just going to copy and paste this, and right here it's going to be description. After description, we're going to have price, then we're going to have image. So for the image, we're only going to add image only if it's selected. So we're going to use an if statement here. If image is selected, that means if image, then form data dot append image, comma, image. I hope that is understood. Then next thing that we're going to do now is to send a post request to add the rooms to our database. So we're going to be using Axios. So const response is going to be equals to await Axios from Axios package. Ensure that your Axios has been imported. Okay, Axios dot post method, because we're sending in data, so we're using post method. Backtick our $sign. Then we'll get the backend URL first from our app. This is backend URL. We already initiated our backend URL right here. Okay, so backend URL /API / hotel, then /add, which is the API endpoint to add. Then we'll have a comma, then we'll send in our form data, and also we need to include authentication token in request headers. So we're going to have headers token. Okay, so this is what we have. And now, next thing is to check if the request is successful. If the request is successful, we should display a message and then we should reset the input field. So if response dot data dot success login to console response dot data dot message, the message that we've already set, which is room added successfully, and also reset input field. So we're going to reset set name to an empty string, set description to an empty string, set price to an empty string, and also set image with null. That is if it is successful. If it is not, we use an else statement. Log the error in console. And if there is any error with our try block, the catch block should log that error in console and also display toast notification. So we've not been using our toast notification. So right here we should have our toast container. Okay, and then we need to import it. Import toast container from React Toastify. Or we didn't install React Toastify. Okay, so I need to install React Toastify so that we can use the toast container. Okay, so we're going to do that later. All right, so now we log the error in console. We're going to install React Toastify. Okay, so now that we have this function, we're now going to use this function where we have the form tag. We would use the onSubmit method, then we'll call this room submission function to ensure that when the user submits this form, they're able to send in all of this. They're able to send everything they filled to the backend. Okay, so let's test this out. Okay, so now let's try to add. I'm going to add this room right here, and I'm going to name it special room. This is just going to be like sample. And then I'll copy this, I'll paste it right here. Description. And the price, let's say 50. If I click on add room now if we click this add room, nothing is going to be added because we're uploading an image, right? And when we built this, okay, I've already opened it. When we built the Multer in our admin, right here, the upload, we didn't actually use it. Okay, we just built the Multer, then I think we'll move next to reservation. Okay, so we need to add it in our route. So you need to open the hotel route in your backend, and then you're going to type in upload from middleware dot, we're uploading just an image, single image. Ensure that the upload has been added as well. Okay, then you add a comma. Okay, so this is going to ensure that image will also be uploaded. Okay, after you finish using this, after you finish building this basically. Okay, we've already gone through this. We imported Multer package. I just added comments here so that you can understand. Configure storage settings. The comments will actually be provided to those who request for source code in the description. Whatever source code I'm going to be sending will have comments in it. Okay, so we define the file name here. Use the original file name, create an upload instance, export the upload middleware and all of that. So now we can now add to the hotel room. Okay, so now let's try adding. We have everything right here. Let's see if our connection is established. This is established. So I'll click on console, right? Because that's where we're getting our message. If I click on add room now, we should be getting this message, hotel room added successfully. And if we come back to our database, you need to open your database, hotel.hotels, you're going to see that this has been added special room. This is the ID, this is the price 50, this is the description, and now this is the image that has already been added. Okay, so while we were testing, we're using placeholder image. We did not actually upload any image, so that's why we have the images here as placeholder. But now that we've uploaded image from the admin panel, right, the hotel room has been added successfully and everything has refreshed, which is the same thing that we have in our code, that once response.data.success, then we should get a message in the console. Also, every other thing should be refreshed: the name, description, price, and then the image, right? So now in the database, you can see that we have everything right here. So if I copy this now, if I copy this entire thing, and then I open a new tab and I paste it, you're going to see that image that we have uploaded. You're going to see it on your screen. So it's going to load the image that we uploaded to the database. You can see it's loading it. And the cloud storage that we're using to store the images that we're uploading is Cloudinary. Okay, so now you can see right here that I saved in Cloudinary. If you see response.cloudinary.com / this is my /image /upload / this is the unique ID, okay, .jpg. You can see that it's the same image that we uploaded earlier. So now this add hotel room page is working perfectly well. We can add room to the database. Okay, next is going to be our list room, or better still, room lists. Let's work on that now. You can also see right here in the console, you can see it here, what we just added. Okay, so let's work on room lists or list hotel. So for the list hotel, let's design the UI first. Okay, so it's going to be in form of a table. So I'm just going to have a p tag, and right now, and this is going to take hotel lists or hotel room lists. Okay, and after the p tag, we're going to have a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to have another div tag. So we'll have a bold tag. We're going to have 4 bold tags. Okay, so the first one, that's the first, this is the second, this is the third, and this is the last one. Okay, so the first bold tag will be image. The second one will take the text name or room name. Let me just have room name. The third bold tag will take price, and the last one is going to take delete. To delete a room, you know what I mean. So after this div tag, we are now going to have another div tag that is going to display the actual list. But before that div tag, we need to get the list, the hotel list, from the backend. We need to fetch it basically. So let's fetch. So first thing is to pass token, as we have done here, as props. So I'm just going to copy token, paste it here as well. Then it's going to get token as a parameter here as well. Now we need to create a state variable that is going to store the list that we're going to be fetching from backend, and also a setter function to update the list if there's any change. So const list, setter function set list, and by default we're going to store this as an empty array. We're going to store the lists as an empty array. Next is to create the function that is going to fetch the room list, an asynchronous function basically that is going to fetch the room list from the backend. So I'm going to have const fetch room list will be equal to async. It's going to take an empty parameter. Right here we use the try catch statement. In the try statement, we're going to make a get request to fetch the lists from the database. So, and we're going to store it in response. So const response will be equal to await axios dot get method. We use our backend URL, ensure that it has imported. Then we'll concatenate with the API endpoint /API/hotel /list. And also we're going to be sending in the token. So we're going to have headers, now not capital H, headers token. No. Okay, let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. And then after this, we're now going to use an if-else statement to check if response.data is success, then we want to set the list. We want to update the list basically. So if else, the if condition is if response.data dot success, then update the list using the setter function. Set list would be response.data.hotel. Else, you should log in the error in console. Log response.data.message. And if there is any error with our try block, the catch block should log the error in console. Log error. Okay, now we are now going to use a use effect to call the fetch lists. Use effects will call the fetch room lists function, and then we're going to pass an empty dependency array so that this is going to fetch the room at once, the room list at once. Now that we have the list already, we're now going to use it in this other div tag. So after this first div tag, we're going to have another div tag. But that div tag will be based on a logic because we want to fetch the list. So we're going to map over the list that I want to fetch to display it. So we're going to have list.map, open bracket, item, comma, then the index number to uniquely identify each of the lists. Then we'll have a div tag first off, and the key would be index. Then let's display each of them. The image would be item.image. Then we'll have p tags, two p tags. The first one being the name, so item.name, and the next one being the price, item.price. Then we're going to have the delete. So let's use the delete icon. Delete forever. Okay, I'm going to be using this icon, right? So if you have installed React icon, you can just type in and ensure that it has imported as well. Okay, so we're going to be using this icon. Okay, so this is what we have now. Okay, so now let's check if I've installed. Okay, right here we did not import Axios, so we're going to import Axios from Axios package. Okay, so if we check now, we have no list right here. Let's see what the problem is. Okay, this is supposed to be hotels because that is what we have in the backend. If we check the controllers in the lists, response.json success true, then display hotels. Okay, we're storing the list in hotels, so that means that we have to be conscious right here as well. Set the list to what we're getting from these hotels right here because we're storing this in hotels. So we need to set the list to this. Now, if we check now, we should see this already. Okay, so this is the first one, deluxe room without an image. This is the name, the price, the button to delete. The second one, exclusive room. This is the name, the price, the button. This is the third one, the image, the name, price, and the button. This is the fourth one as well. So now let's style the list room. Now you see that we're able to fetch lists. We're able to fetch the hotel room from the backend. So let's style. So we're going to start by styling this p tag that we have here. We'll set the class name. Margin bottom, we're going to set this to 2. The font will be bold, and the text size will be 2XL. Then we have this div tag. Display would be flex direction, colon, and we'll add a gap of 2. Then another div tag that we have right here. Display here will be grid grid pose. I want to set this 1fr_3 for the name, then 1 for the price, and 1 for the action button. Then we're going to set the items to the center, and also we'll set padding to 2. Then we'll set the border bottom to 2 as well. Then we'll set the border color to be gray, 300. Then we're going to set the text to large and the font will be semi-bold. Okay. Then for all of these bold texts, we're just going to style this to be at the center. Okay, so I'm going to be using the same styling. We're going to be using the same styling that we have here in the next div tag. So right here, after this key, I'm going to paste it. Okay, but we don't need the font to be semi-bold here. So then where we have this delete tag, I'm going to style this as well. Margin left, we'll set this to 10, and the size of this icon that we're using would be 28 pixels. And the cursor, we'll set this to pointer. And the color, we'll set the color as well, red 600. And we're going to style the image as well. So the width of the image, we're going to set this to 50 pixels. And the height will be also. Okay, so this is what you should be seeing on your screen. The first two, we did not upload the image while we were testing because we're using the free version. This is a tutorial, and this is the second one that we uploaded when we used the add ROM page. Okay, so this is the ROM lists. Okay, this is the image here, this is the name of the ROM, the price, and the delete right here. Okay, so now that we're done with list hotels, next thing is the reservation. Okay, so for reservation, the first step is to create a state variable that is going to store all the reservation that has been made, and also a setter function that is going to update if there's any change. And by default, we're going to initialize it with an empty array. So we're going to have const reservation setter function set reservation use state will be an empty array. And then the next thing that we're going to do here is to first fetch the reservations from the backend. So I'm going to use effects, and then inside this we're going to define an asynchronous function to fetch the reservation, and I'm going to name the function fetch reservation. So we're going to have const fetch reservation will be equals to async arrow function. My keyboard is misbehaving. So we use the try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to make a get request to the backend API to fetch all the reservations, and we're going to save that in response. So this is await Axios from Axios package dot get method. We'll call our backend URL, then we'll concatenate it with the API endpoint /API/ reservations. Let's see if there's an S in the route. Reservations. Okay, I guess I'm just going to copy it /reservations /get to get all the reservations. Right, let me close this. Once we're able to get the reservation, we're going to update the reservation state with the fetched data. So I'm just going to add set reservations response dot data. If there's any error, we'll log the error in the console. Log error in the console. Error. And after this, we're now going to call the fetch reservation function. And then I'm going to pass an empty array, an empty dependency array, so that it only runs once the component mount. We're going to get the reservation once. Now let's just design the reservation itself, the UI. So we'll have an h2 tag, run reservations. That is going to be the header. After this h2 tag, we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll use a table. In the table, we'll have our table head. Inside the table head, we'll have our table row. And inside the table row as well, we're going to have the table header. And it's going to be 7 headers. The first one will take the name of the person that booked the reservation. Second one will take email, because they're going to fill that at the front end, right? The phone number. Then we don't need not the date per se. We need name, email, phone number. We need room name as well. So I'm going to have another table header here. Room name, right? Then the person's name, the person booking the room. Then after phone number, email, phone number, then we need guests. That is for number of guests. Then we need check-in, the check-in dates, and the checkout dates. And then they delete a specific reservation, basically. So this is what we have as the header. Now in the body, after this table header, we're going to have the table body. In the body, we're going to display the reservation. But first, we need to check if reservation is available. We'll display the reservation, and if reservation is not available, we're going to display text that is going to say no reservation is available. So we'll use the ternary operator for this. We're going to check the reservations length. We use the length method. If the reservation is 0, that means if there's nothing there, you should do this. If it is not, then you should do this. Okay. So the first thing that it will do if there are no reservation is to display a message in a table row. So table row and the data, table data should be no reservations. That is if there is no reservation available. Okay. And right here, co-span 8. Okay, so this is correct. So if reservation is not available, that means if the length of reservation is 0, it should display this. If it is, then it should display this. Okay. Now I'm going to map over this. If it is available, we'll map. That is basically what this is. Reservation. Then we'll have the index number that we're going to use to uniquely identify each of the reservations. We'll have table role as well. And the key will be the index. Then in table row, we're going to have the table data, 8 of them. The first one that we're going to fetch is going to be reservations.room name. Second one is going to be the person that booked the reservation, reservation.name. And the third is going to be reservation.email. The fourth is going to be reservation.phone, which is phone number. Then we'll have guests, reservation.guests. And also we're going to have reservation.check-in. Reservation.checkouts. And the last one will be the button to delete reservation. Delete. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let us check the reservation page. We're on the page already. You can see here that the reservation that we made while we're testing is right here. Okay, so if we check our database now, reservations, you're going to see that the same reservation that is being displayed here, Deluxe Suite, the reservation name, the name of the person that booked the reservation, John Doe, the email, the sample email used, the phone number, guests, 3, check-in, check-out, and deletes is the same thing that we have right here in our database. Okay, so that means that this is working perfectly well. Now let's style. So we're going to style here. Minimum height would be screen size, class name, text size 3XL, fonts bold, and text color would be gray 700. Texts at the center, and then we're going to have your margin bottom of 6. Then we're going to style this div tag overflow on X also. Then the table row that we have here, no, the table itself, we're going to style the table itself. Class name, we'll set the width to full, shadow large, then rounded Excel. Then the table row, we'll set the background color fuchsia 600, texts on the left, and the text color as well should be white. Then for the table header, we're going to style everything at the same time, so I'm just going to select. We'll have a class name, we'll set the padding to 3 for all of them. Now we're going to style this as well. We'll set the padding of this to 4, and the text should be at the center. Then we're going to have this border bottom, and then when you hover on it, the background color should be gray 300. And also we're going to be setting the padding of this as well, the same way we did for this. So I'm just going to select everything. Padding will be 3 as well. Then the button that we have here, the background color would be red 500. We'll set the text color to white, and then the width and height, we're going to set both horizontal and vertical, rounded. So this is what the reservation is going to look like. If you hover on this is what it's going to look like. So if people keep adding more reservation, I want to dim this color a bit. Gray 200. Let's see what 200 will look like. Okay, 200 is better. Okay. So on the front end, if people add more reservation, you're going to get the reservations down here as in a tabular form. Okay. So add room is working perfectly well, room list is working perfectly well, reservation is working perfectly well, and then logout is working as well. I do not want to log out now, but logout is working. I've already showed you before. So we're going to close everything that has to do with the admin panel because we're done with this. Now we're going to head over to the front end to complete the project. So in the front end, we want to be able to fetch data from the backend. Basically, you know that we're getting, for the front end, we are getting data from our context, okay, that we've already set from this asset folder right here. Okay, so now we want to be able to fetch data from the backend so that we can display it in the front end. So now we're going to create the function that is going to fetch product data from backend. But before that, we need to declare our backend URL in our app.gsx. So right here, we're going to use const backend URL will be equal to HTTP localhost port 4000. I'm going to add exports so that we can use the backend URL in other parts of our application. So we're going to be using it here. Okay, so let's create the function, asynchronous function that is going to get the hotel rooms from the backend, that is going to fetch it basically. So I'm going to name the function fetch hotel room. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function. It will take no parameter. Okay, so we use our try catch statement. In the try block, we are going to make a get request to fetch the data. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await. Remember that we have installed Axios, so we need to import Axios first. Import Axios from Axios package. Okay, so now await Axios dot get method, because we want to fetch, right? Backtick, then $sign backend URL that we're getting from our application slash API slash hotel. We want to get the list slash lists. Okay, and now we're going to use an if statement to check if else basically. So if else, in the if condition, if response dot data dot success, then we want to set rooms with response dot data dot hotels, else we'll log the error in console, log in console response dot data dot message. And if there is any error with our try block, our catch block will log that error in console. Okay, then right here we're going to use effect hook to call the fetch hotel room function basically, and we're going to pass an empty array as the dependency array. Okay, so now let's open our front-end terminal. I guess we've already done that. Okay, so right here npm run dev. Now if this loads now, we would not be seeing the previous room data that we have stored in our asset file. We're going to be seeing the room data that we are fetching from the backend, and it's just going to be about 4 rooms. Okay, so now let's check. This is what we have, right? You can see the first 2 has no image because, and the backend as well, in the admin panel actually, we did not add image for deluxe room and exclusive room. You can see these 2 rooms have no image, right? Because we're fetching from the backend, and this other 2 room has images and they have the same name because I added it twice. I did it, I think, while offline, then I did another one while recording. Okay, so we're able to fetch the hotel room from the backend. This is working perfectly well. Next thing now is to be able to view the room details. So if I click on this now, the room here is saying undefined. So we need to rewrite the code and ensure that we're able to view details of the room that we're fetching from our backend. So I'm going to close this as well. Then we're going to move over to the hotel details page. All right, so right here in the hotel details page, I'm going to turn this to a comment. That is the first step. Now the second step is to extract the hotels from our hotel, from the context, from the room context. Okay, basically to extract the rooms. Okay, so I'm going to come right here and const rooms will be equals to use context room context. Ensure that room context is imported. And the next thing you're going to do now is to write the function that is going to fetch the room details from the backend or from the database. So I'm going to use the use effect hook. I'm going to name this function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and I'm going to name the function fetch room details async arrow function. It will take no parameter, and then we'll use our try catch statement. In the try block, we're going to make a get request to fetch the room based on ID. So we're going to have const response equals await axios from axios package dot get method. Then would use our backtick $, then our backend URL slash API slash hotel slash the rooms based on ID. Okay, so let's check the backend and see how we made the routes. Hotel routes. Okay, so for single room, we did it like this. So slash rooms slash $, then we'll pass the ID. Okay, so this is it. So if we're able to fetch this, then we're going to set room with response dot data dot room response dot data dot hotels, which is the hotel rooms, and also we need to get the room name as well. So we're going to use set form data. Okay, semicolon set form data into, we'll set the previous one, then we'll have previous comma the room name would be response dot data dot hotel dot name comma room ID would be response dot data dot hotel dot underscore ID. And if there's any error with our try block, the catch block is going to log the error in console and it's going to display error. And right here, we're going to call the fetch room details function, and we're going to pass the ID and hotels as dependency array. Okay.